In the meantime, someone please reach out to Gail and let him know that we're on. Jess, yeah, reach out to Gail then. Um, I just hit him up on Instagram and in his Gmail.
Tonight the pages come alive. Heroes rise and worlds collide. Every story starts somewhere. Every legend fills the air. Every racing lights the way. Building futures day by day. Questions waiting to unfold. Truth is better when it's told. Who's the next to wear the crown? Who's still waiting to be found? Every fan can take the side. Welcome to the ride. DC's future starts tonight. Heroes stepping into the light. From Gotham streets to skies above. Built on passion, built on love. Every fan has got a voice. Every debate becomes a choice. Marvel, DC, comics come alive tonight. And tonight. And tonight. And tonight. Batman standing in the night. Superman begins his flight. New adventures on the way. Questions waiting here today. Wonder Woman, where have you been? Is your story still within? Time will always tell us why. Till then we testify. Tonight we gather. Every fan, every dream, every hero, every team brings diamond stains to white. Everything to light tonight. And to light. And to light. And
Welcome, 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 welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome to Collide, the place where Marvel, DC movies, TV shows, animation, video games, and comics all collide together. I'm your host, and tonight we got a packed show with some incredible topics and some incredible people joining the conversation. Remember, this isn't just our show, it's your show too. It's if you're watching live, jump into the chat and let us know your thoughts. If you're watching the replay, drop a comment below and we'll continue the conversation there. Better yet, join us in the clubhouse. Take a seat at the table and debate with us live here at Collide. Every fan has a voice. Fact starts the conversation, but community keeps it alive. Join me tonight, and this tonight is my producer, Pat. Pat, you in the building? And my panelist, Nas. Nas, you in the building? Pat, you in the building? OG in the building?
Yeah.
Sky,
Yo,
you in the
yo.
building? Everybody hit word. Um, yeah, the topic that I wanted to talk about today was a lot that had to do with a lot that had to do with Batman, a lot that I had to do with the animations of DC, DC overall. You know, we got Absolute Batman, we got Starfire, we got Krypto, we got Mr. Miracle, we got Joker, Laugh Riot, DC Superpowers, My Adventures with Green Lantern, uh, Creature Commanders Season 2, My Adventures with Superman. Which which of these projects has the highest ceiling? That's my question to y'all. With all these covers, you heard about these OG and Scott?
I
No.
heard about the Batman one.
You're,
Yeah, I
oh,
think I only heard. I only seen like one trailer from a Batman.
where which one you think that's gonna have a better chance?
I mean, the Batman animes, like the movies and shit, always be dope. So I already expect them to go all out on those, all the animated ones.
I feel you on that one. I definitely feel you on that one because like it makes perfect sense. But which one has a better ceiling count? Like which one is gonna be way better?
Uh, that's a good one. It all depends on the storyline, really, storyline and what's going on. To
Yeah,
me, at
that's
least,
true. That's true.
because you know it's gonna be raw already, but it's just like what's going on. Only one I seen was they had Azrael playing as Batman. So I already know that's gonna be like OP, like automatically. So I know that shit gonna be fucking dope. I already
That's
know.
true. That's true. That's true. It's like I'm I'm like yo. I seen the trip. I'm gonna show y'all what we talking about in just a second. I just want to make sure that I'm transitioning to a better uh look. You know, so we all can see it at a better standard and stuff like that. But this junk is dope. Like on a real, this junk is dope.
What's
It's like
crazy
we
about that? You know what's crazy about that? He's not really Batman, so he's gonna be killing people in that. So it's not gonna be like your regular Batman, my boy.
cool. Nightfall.
Real, just yeah. Like, well, with Azrael playing as Batman is gonna be he's killing people, bro. He's killing people, bro.
Jeez.
He's killing people. Word up.
Cause like the people that's on board on this, bro, is for just Batman Nightfall, because that's gonna be coming soon, and after that we're gonna talk about the other projects. But this is part of it, guys. This is part of it. We got we got a lot to talk about. Warner Brothers announced at least mad different things. The DC, but right now I think that we should talk about Batman for a little bit, and then we're gonna talk about the other ones because we got Batman Absolute too. On top of that, so where y'all want to begin at? We could begin at Nightfall, or we could begin at talking about what's coming. Cause Nightfall, you said that he's gonna be killed. I see blood on his face, so that's crazy. I on Batman Nightfall, I do see some blood on his face. You say that he's gonna be killing people.
telling you, bro. It's about to get raw, bro. I'm telling you. And it's DC making it, so it's it's gonna get raw, bro. I'm telling you, watch.
That's crazy. That's crazy, my G.
You know the reason why I like the animations is because they don't hold back. They're gonna make it however they want to make it, and it's gonna be just like how you see it. Like that's the only reason I love them.
Mm, they straight raw. They straight raw. No homo. Uncut. That's why I do like DC for that. Like they make it like uncut version. There's nobody. Nah, none of that.
See, the only one to give you every single superhero dying in a graphical manner on one screen. Like, yo, I'm telling you, bro, the animation, bro, it's getting more realer and realer every time. Every year, they just get more gorier and gorier. Like, I don't know what's up with them.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. But which one? But which one? Which of these projects has the highest ceiling? We got Absolute Batman. We got Starfire. We got Krypto. We got
Nah, Absolute
Mister
Batman is probably
Miracle.
gonna be like, nah. Absolute Batman gonna be the most important thing in that. Promise you that.
What about
Because
Joker Last Riot?
Absolute Batman is like the most like it's the most Batman like Bruce Wayne. It's like the truest Batman pretty much like the realest Batman type shit. Absolute.
Hmm.
Just like they got Absolute Superman, Absolute Wonder. It's like their whole like world is absolute. Like
Oh, for real?
yeah, it's a whole world. Like they got Absolute Superman. Like everybody has their own absolute version
So
of their
so
self.
wait, they taking the Arrowverse and splitting it, so to
Yeah, it's
speak.
different. It's different. It's different like universes. With that like absolute. It's like remember we had Kingdom Come Superman.
Yeah.
Yes, this is this is like the rawest form of like the superheroes, like their raw forms. Like this is like no hold bar. Like it's crazy, bro. Like it's really crazy. They have absolute versions of themselves.
That's crazy. That is
So,
crazy. But
to,
but
to add
one.
on what Scott was saying with the animations, like I feel like the reason why they coming like that, bro. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When it comes between Marvel and DC, I mean, DC always been the bloodiest. If we being real, they show more blood than Marvel. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Marvel, don't get me wrong, they got a couple good fight scenes, but they don't be showing no blood. They don't be showing no killings. Like they just
no,
put them
DC
down.
stands for
Like
Dark Comics, nigga. It's supposed to be dark. Like you feel me? It's supposed
yeah,
to be
like
like that. It's
you know
like
what I'm
Oh
saying.
yeah,
So
that's what it's
it's
called. That's actually what's it called too. Dark Comics. I honestly think so, yo. If that's what it stands for, it'll be funny.
and that's why I like their animation because they kept it. They always keep their animation to like the rawest form. Like they always like in every single like any animation that you've seen, bro. It's like it's mad raw. Like you be like, damn, this don't even look like no regular ass Justice League or like regular ass like you know what I mean. It don't look like you be like, oh, what the fuck is going on? Oh shit, why is it looking like this? Oh,
It's
this is
like
dark.
seeing a Bane scene and he catches his opponent and you just rip him apart. Like, you're just gonna be like,
Yeah,
yeah, like, he
you like,
wildin'.
oh
Like,
shit, like yeah, facts, facts. You be like, oh damn, I didn't even know this is Batman. Like what the fuck?
So one thing I don't understand about Nightfall is it doesn't tell us where we can watch it.
Oh, you
That's kind
that
of a
Oh
big
shit,
that's true.
question.
That's,
damn.
and it starts in June or something like that, right?
All I said is coming soon. Is it on Max? Is it
It's gonna be on
what's
Max.
going on here?
It's gonna be
Is it
on
on
Max or
Prime?
Prime. It's gonna be either one, Max or Prime. So we already know that we already know the hip. We already know the hip. Let me see what DC Comics stand for. I want to Detective Comics. Okay. Well, uh, Dark would have been good too. But with Nightfall, let me see if there's anybody that says the release date. You checked on Nightfall, but we got some good
Yeah,
actors for Nightfall though. I ain't gonna
yeah. I
hold
was
you.
just looking at it. I like the illustration to it. It's like it feels like up to date.
I'm gonna show y'all a trailer. June 2023, but it doesn't say where. Yeah, it doesn't say where. You right about that. It doesn't really say where. It comes out on the 26th, but it doesn't say where. Not anywhere. I mean, not anywhere. But in the meantime, for me to look at this, I'm gonna definitely show y'all the trailer soon. The trailer as we speak, so y'all could tell me how y'all feeling about this trailer.
Batman, you haven't slept since Arkham exploded 2 days ago. Maybe we should ask John Paul for help. His training is coming along.
We're all that stands between those inmates and the fall of Gotham. They say you are the greatest detective.
I be hating these things.
I don't see the article.
I'm gonna give it to you in a second. Just trying to fix this whole thing. This thing be crazy. I'm learning as I'm going, guys. You know. Uh, I'm gonna give you the trailer so we could watch that. Today's just not my day today, huh? But I'm working through it, guys. I'm, I'm working through it. But Nightfall looks dope though. I ain't gonna hold you. Nightfall does look dope. So I got a lot on my plate. It's gonna be soon. I'm gonna be talking to you guys of my thoughts about Supergirl, but not right now, cause like it's a lot. It's a lot to cope with and having a mutual conversation with. You know, uh, I'm about to let that play out.
Gotham City needs Batman.
It's my first time watching it too.
Batman, you haven't slept since Arkham exploded 2 days ago. Maybe we should ask John Paul for help. His training is coming along.
We're all that stands between those inmates and the fall of Gotham. They
It's
say
three
you are
parts.
the
That shit
greatest detective,
suck.
and yet you did not see this coming. I intend to break you. Then give it your best shot. Let chaos
That'd be fucking
reign
great.
in Gotham.
We have to help Batman.
Suit up.
Well, that's a gritty new look for the Dark Knight.
Something else is going on out there.
Come get some! The guilty must pay.
The war going on outside.
It seems to be dope. It seems to be dope. I'm looking. I looked at it. It seems to be like he's about to go insane. Is this like when he did when the Bane stuff hit him in a different way or something? He became a different Batman.
No, they broke his back, and Azrael, the dude that plays Azrael, starts to play as Batman, but he like becomes
Mm,
like more like corrupted. So then, I mean, when Batman heals, he's fighting him pretty much, and Bane and everybody else at the same time,
mm,
because Bane let out all the people of Gotham, all the prisoners, so all of them gonna be out. So every single supervillain is gonna be in that movie.
mm.
Main ones, all the main
But
ones.
this is a trilogy though.
Yeah, it's a 3-part, just like the comic book.
So wait, is this like the one we've seen about uh uh the thing with Superman with the big guy, when we see all those different type of Batman, Superman, Supergirl, all those type we've seen like
Crisis
three
on Infinite
parts.
Earths. Talking about Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Infinite Earths, yes, yes. There was like three
Yeah,
parts.
nah,
What?
this is nothing like this. This
No,
is
I'm
like
not
this
saying
is
I'm not
actual.
saying nothing like it. I'm not saying like it's gonna be like I'm saying like they're giving us parts. Like so, this is gonna be a movie then,
Yeah,
cause
nah, this is three. Nah, this actual like this Batman like story concept is actually 3 parts. That's why they making it 3 parts.
oh, okay, 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 okay. It's not episodes, right?
Nah, I think that's a movie. It look like it's a movie.
Cause like if they're giving us trilogies,
They're
it
not gonna
should.
bring out part 1, 2, and 3 right then and there.
If they're giving us out trilogies, then this is not an episode. This is a film.
This is a part 1.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's part 1, of the movie, and then it's gonna be a part 2. That's gonna be a movie, and then part 3 gonna be a movie.
yeah. Just like the other show. 'Cause that's the only one that I ever think of trilogy.
Yeah,
Uh,
facts. Sure, you
um,
can think of freaking Blade trilogy. It was one, two,
yeah.
and three.
Hey, hey, peace to the room. How y'all doing?
What's good, nerds? How you doing? How you
So,
doing? Well,
I'm
well,
alright. So,
We was talking about Batman Nightfall. Are you into DC?
Um, I'll say this: I'm more informed of DC than I am of interested in DC. If that makes sense.
A pawn? You said I didn't hear you. Pawn?
Okay, I'm more informed about DC
Oh,
in DC.
Spawn. Okay, Spawn. I know what Spawn is. I I
No,
I
no, no,
never.
no, no. Informed, informed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Inform. You said you inform in DC. I'm well
Yeah, they're
informed in
more.
DC. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
that's that's what's up. That's what's up. Stay. I'm glad that you here. You know what I mean? You came through. I wanted to also let you know. At 7, Mondays we are starting a new show on Mondays. We're gonna be here Mondays at 7. I hope that you can come along. I hope that you're off on a Monday instead of Sunday. It'll be from 7 to like 10:30, 11ish, of a stream. So, um, my question to you, nerds, is that how do you feel about Batman Nightfall?
Well, it's not a new concept. You know, we've seen this concept before. I think that DC animation has always been the wave, where they get a little money put together and they take the animation very serious. At least for Batman content, um, which I don't think is fair because I do think that DC got way too many fucking characters that they don't even use and don't give a fuck about using. Because it's just like fuck it, when in doubt, Batman it out. But
So, so they're adding. These are the things that's coming up, bro. Just wanted to let you know as well. Absolute Batman, Starfire, Krypto, Mr. Miracle, Joker, Laugh Riot, DC Superpower, My Adventures with Green Lantern, Creature Commander Season 2, My Adventures with Superman Season 3. Which of these projects has the highest ceiling?
absolute Batman, of course. Which proves my point. When in doubt, Batman it out. Say like nigga, most of them projects like who's getting excited about crypto? Like who's really feel like jump over and do flip when they hear crypto?
I'll watch it.
Yeah, word.
I'll watch
Word.
it. You know what I
I
mean?
watched
That's
Crypto
Okay.
before. I watched
But
Supergirl
you're
and
watching it
Superman.
for your daughter. You that's something for
Uh,
children, not just for
don't
children,
do
for
that.
little girls, like
Don't do
Super
that.
Pets.
Don't do that.
No, no, no. Super
Crypto is
Pet for
OP,
kids.
man.
It's not just girls, it's for kids. I think Supergirl was meant. I think Supergirl was meant for women, and for the women that got this movie, hey, God bless them. I'm happy for them. But the majority of women that like nerd shit like it because they either had a brother or a dad that was into that shit. Or most
Hmm.
modern day, here's the issue. Nowadays, most modern women are dating and fucking nerds. You know what I'm saying? So they only like this shit because the dude they fucking they dating. They don't like that shit because they actually like it. You know what I'm saying? Like we're in a different era, which I don't want to get too political here. I'm just stating psychological facts for hints. Well, hints
but
why when they
but
do try to make some shit for women that don't work. Go ahead.
I said, yeah, but I knew that's what me and my panelists was talking about recently. That this conversation with Supergirl is gonna be a deep thought. So as soon as I know, I'm sure you haven't watched it yet to have your own opinion instead of others. Because everybody's subjective in everything that they watch, even though it's Supergirl, right? I like the Melissa Benoist as Supergirl. And mind you, she was a good actress to play Supergirl. It's not just women. You know what I'm saying? If the writing is good, if the producer is right, I'm scolding. If it's
Now why
not
that shit
right,
ain't make no money then?
if it's not right, I'm gonna speak about it. But today is not the day to speak upon it because I haven't watched it. I like to give my audience the real truth because our
Mhm.
because what I Collide is all about is giving the truth out, whether you like it or not. And we
Hey,
gonna keep it
amen,
in comic book central right here.
amen.
Ain't no sugarcoat. So we go in from the writer, we go into the producer who's writing it from who are you? What did you do before? Like we look at that to criticize
Right.
on set project that's coming up. You feel me?
Right.
Just be just because Batman Absolute will be the it doesn't mean that it will fit in right. Honestly, because you haven't watched it. You just hearing other thoughts and opinions. Yes, granted, I do too. I'm not gonna lie. I do hold a subjective opinion, but that doesn't mean it's my truth. Once I give you the truth and corroborate with sources, I'll be like, all right, cool. Some things is what they talking about makes sense, but when it comes to the writing details, this is what makes sense. You feel me?
Fair
And
enough.
I corresponded to real life situations of why the writer present the storytelling this way. Just like you was talking about why Supergirl is the way it is and why it's not that mostly important to the story of Superman. Correct?
Right. Right.
Bet. So, we will be. I hope that you here, cause like I'm all. If you click on my name, Kalad, you'll see everywhere you can reach out to me. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. The links are there. We always let you know when we coming through. Um, yeah, Nightfall. I hope that when it comes to Nightfall, I hope that they. My thing is right when it comes to this, guys. Um, Batman Absolute. Why they start with this version? That's one of the questions I have for you guys. Why would Batman Absolute starting with this version? Why Absolute Batman so important right now in this state?
Well, in my opinion, I would say again because that's their bread and butter. Whenever in doubt, they just throw a Batman project out there, or throw 3 or 4 fucking Batman projects out there and see which one land. Hopefully all of them do, but if one of them land, then cool, let's go with that one. But as far as catering to comic book readers, Absolute Batman is something that when they introduced it was just on fire. The comics are selling really well. They've even like opened up the Absolute Batman verse with just Absolute Joker, Absolute Riddler, Absolute Two Face, Absolute everybody, Absolute anything Batman. Like 'cause it was everybody, that got an Absolute, but it just for some odd reason they just sell like hotcakes. Anything Batman associated, so they just going all out with it, and in hopes of okay, fuck it, Absolute Batman animated movie does well. Fuck it, we just gonna open Pandora's box with all Absolute Batman associated stuff animated as well, and just milk this shit. So that's my opinion. Like the comics did well, and they hoping that the animated movie does well.
Hmm. Nas.
He just said everything that I would have said. I have nothing else to add to it. I just personally hate the oversaturation of the DC space with Batman content. Is like there's so many other characters that they have in the pantheon
They got
that they
Joker.
can
They
do
got
something
Joker
with.
coming out.
Joker
That.
don't count. Joker is
Joker don't
associated with
count. That's
Batman.
Batman shit. Exactly. That's Batman shit.
He's associated with Batman. You keep doing stuff like that. That don't count. That's associated with
Ah,
Batman.
that's crazy.
Look
Starfire.
at it. We're getting a Clayface movie. Why are we getting a Clayface movie?
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because people wanted so I'll answer this question. It's a little loaded, but I'm paraphrasing as fast as I can. People that like Batman content always want everything Batman associated, or at least what their hype and interest of Batman is. They want Batman everything in their interest. The issue is Matt Reeves said, "Fuck you, nerd ass motherfuckers." I'm excuse my language. I'm going to make a grounded Batman. Christian Bale, Christopher Nolan, they had a grounded Batman. I'm making a grounded Batman, and I'm making it my way. People were like, "Okay, yo, all right, cool, we get it. That was year one Batman. All right, let's open up and do more stuff with it. Hey, let's bring in the Clayface." And people were, like kind of making them stupid fake posters that Clayface gonna be the next movie. A lot of people are hyped about it. James Gunn saw that. James Gunn saw that, but once he realized he couldn't hijack Matt Reeves' Batman, He said, "Fuck it, he's trying to save face for himself and I in the eyes of the fans. So that's why they just half-ass to grab somebody, grab the script, and do this movie together. For fan service. Like James Gunn on the time limit in the DCEU anyway. He's gonna get fired anyway. But
You think
he's just
James
trying to
Gunn's gonna
pull.
get fired, or he's just
He's
gonna
gonna get
leave?
fucking fired. He's gonna get fired or he's gonna get removed. He's gonna get
He,
scared. Like, bro, the fact that DC was about the fact that Warner so that's a whole other conversation. But the fact that Warner got bought, whether via Paramount, Netflix, or whoever, like when that happens, people get fired anyway because they clean house and then rehire who they want to rehire, bring in who they want to bring in. He
but
was
they
never that he was never
but
gonna
they
have
said
longevity.
they would keep him.
Yeah, they might keep him around, but he's not gonna have the same position he has right now.
I
Like
think
he
they said it. They said it with their own mouth.
Yeah, are you listening to what I'm saying? Yes, they
Yeah,
will keep him around. He's not going to have the same position that he got right now. He's shitting
nah,
out
he's
content after
keeping his
content after
position.
content.
He's keeping his
No, you're not.
position. That's what they.
That's not. That's not true.
Like
The
even if they
sources
keep him
said.
as the
That never
face,
happened.
even if they keep him as the face, still that would be all he is. He'd just be the face. In other words, they would kind of treat him like they treat Buggy in One Piece, where you have the real people who be making decisions. Mihawk and and Crocodile behind him, but everyone just thinks that Buggy is the one that's calling shots, but no, it's not. So they probably just still keep him as the face. So that to make things seem stable, but behind the scenes, there's been some real paradigm shift going on. You get
James
what I'm
Gunn has
saying, nerds?
failed. James Gunn, yes, I'm following you. James Gunn has failed. That Superman movie was failure.
How about
Fucking
downplaying
Suicide
their
Squad.
playthrough though? Like, do you understand the magnitude? Like, you didn't see when in Batman animated series how he was, bro. They gonna have him killing people and all that, like cutting people in half or all types of crazy shit. Nigga can fucking like sheep shift and shit. That shit was fire. Like, there's nothing wrong with Clayface.
No, that's what I'm saying. I never said if I didn't, if I did like Clayface. I'm just saying it's going to bomb. James Gunn is a failure. Superman was a failure. It didn't make the money they wanted to make. They wanted to make $1 billion. Supergirl is a failure. Suicide Squad is a failure. He's 0-3 when it comes to making movies that is going to create revenue. Whatever. I mean, like,
Why you can't just break even? Why money has to signify if you're a hit or not? It
but listen, brother, I'm just giving you
to
game. Go
me,
ahead.
yeah, I get you, but money doesn't is not the end all be all to a story. It's not the end all be all to a movie. Joker didn't make that much money, but it was a good movie.
Now, the first one made $1 billion. The first one made $1 billion, and the second one bombed. First made $1 billion, and then
And
it bombed
also
after that because nobody.
and also Thunderbolts.
Thunderbolts did not make $1 billion. That shit barely
Now
broke even.
I'm talking about it
They
broke
actually
even,
they
but it
made
was
more than
fine.
half.
It's
They
a
actually
good
made more
movie.
than half. They made more than half off of Superman. It was 618.7 million.
Yeah, they
So they
made
Yeah,
their
made half
money
of
compare,
back.
that budget.
compare how much was the budget for that movie?
400, 400,
Okay,
300 plus marketing.
okay. Their expectations was, yo, we supposed to make $1 billion.
Actually, it was their intention. Actually, it was 264 million that
Dang,
they used on that.
there you
So they
go.
so they tripled their money. They tripled their money on Superman, even though Superman wasn't that good.
Hang on. Yeah, I want to start talking numbers like that. All right, I'll pull up the numbers for
That's
you for a
all we
second. Hang
do.
on.
All we do is talk
Hang
numbers
on.
around here.
Y'all want to talk
I'm a
numbers?
number
All
man.
right, cool. We can talk some numbers in a
Using the
second. Give me
cheat
one
code
second.
here,
Give me one
bro.
I'm a,
You
second.
I'm a
know.
number man.
Keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. Hang on. Give me one second.
Mhm. Mhm. We here.
I'm the number.
We here, man. DC made money this year, bro. They ain't make a lot of money, but they made money.
I don't think that's the point. And even I, as a DC fan, as diehard DC fan, can admit when we're
I
playing a
I
losing
I
hand.
I I know that's why I said the money is not the end all be all. Is if the stuff makes sense. It's not if it flops. Yeah, it flopped, but it still made it.
You only say that, you only get to say that if the content is good. If the content isn't good, you don't get to say money isn't the end all be all, because what do people look at? How much money does it make? What are it's a company that's geared towards making money. They say they care about the fans, but they don't really. They care about their main objective is to make money. And if what they're doing isn't making money, how can you say that money isn't the end all be all? You're trying to change, you're trying to change or shift the goalposts. Don't do that.
Nah, I'm not changing the goalposts. I'm saying when I was yeah yeah, businesses are known the fact that they need to make their money back in two times or three times, 3x or 4x. I understand that. I understand that what you're conveying here. I'm not disagreeing with that. It's just that when I'm saying that when reviewing uh, DC or Marvel, we can't just only just have okay just because they didn't make money. Oh, we should add that specific statement and just um, give a conclusion to what the show or the movie what is. Like people can say Cape Crusader was bad, but it wasn't a problem. The only problem I had was uh the girl penguin. That's the only thing I had with Cape Crusader. But other than that, it was a good show. No,
All right,
yeah.
okay. So my initial point
Hmm.
before we got into this escapade, I was making a point at the expectations that Warner had on James Gunn, expecting him to be able to deliver. And in their mind, you do a Superman movie or a Batman movie, that bitch supposed to make $1 billion and close to it. And
Automatically.
you, automatic, it's Batman and Superman. Okay? So, be that as it may, be that as it may, the production, when you think about reshoots, when you think about marketing, all that shit ties into the budget. Is roughly close to 400 million. Not 400 million to be exact. So, from 350, million to, 400,
So
somewhere in that window.
so
Hey, hang
six
on, hang
eight
on. Finish,
six
finish, finish, finish,
eighteen
finish, finish.
$618 million for Superman is not good.
No, it's supposed to make a billion. It's supposed to, I'm just
Yeah,
Just
telling you
they
because
the
of
they
$4
eyes.
got
million
I'm
dollars,
cut
telling you,
bro.
to it.
I'm
They got
telling you
cut
the,
to it. They
I'm
down
telling you the
Especially when you
eye.
400 million.
consider
Yeah,
these are the Mount
They're
yeah.
down
Rushmore
If
superheroes.
DC
They're
or
not supposed to
Marvel,
be
like,
this big.
bro,
They're
400
supposed
million.
to be
yeah,
banked.
if it was a Flash movie or something, then okay, cool.
The
Low
production
expectation.
was
Last
only
Flash movie didn't
spent
make that.
225 though.
Yes, ma'am. But you're not. Listen,
I get
you
it.
talking
I
about
get
the,
it.
the
You
product. Listen,
wanted
you
a
got to think
billion
about
dollars.
reshoots. You got to think about the marketing. Fam, you got to think about the marketing. That shit costs way more than that. That's just what they put. Now, I'm saying on record, we know there's anywhere from 300 to 400 million dollars that they spent. So
Yeah,
But
and
on
they
record
made
since 1978,
618.7
Superman
million.
no,
hasn't
they only
been the
made
first.
200 million. If you think about the map, do the map, nigga. They okay, broke even nice.
Pretty.
You know, a little over the top. Like I don't get what you're not comprehending.
I'm
Like I'm saying.
comprehending very well. I'm very comprehending very well. I'm just
Globally,
saying,
globally they made
based on these
globally
metrics, I'm
they
about to
made
show you. I'm
618.7 million
about to show you.
dollars.
Based on these
You
metrics,
go and look it up.
that that's been 30 years. Superman never reached a highest peak ever, except for Batman versus Superman: Dawn of Justice.
Well,
That made
they
only 874 million.
expected to get $1 billion because they never was going to make it to a billion.
Yeah, like come on, bro.
Hey,
Nerds, what was the
that's not
point that you're
unrealistic.
what was the initial point you're trying to make again?
My
Like
initial point that I was saying was that the expectations of what Warner had from James
No,
Gunn,
no, you're
that
100%
was my
right on
whole
that, bro.
point. And I'm saying
the,
you're getting Superman, Batman, you're getting all that shit. And so okay, if you can't make $1 billion with Batman or Superman, then you ain't making shit. What's up, bro? You ain't making shit
mhm.
with Green Lantern and other shit. So it's like
You're
like
right though.
he
You're
he
100% right.
you feel what I'm saying? And so
Yeah,
listen, I'm
you
not
I
listen
listen.
to
get
the
you.
person
I
I
actually
though.
get
listen.
you.
Hang on, hang on, real quick, because I
Hmm.
interrupt
Hmm.
y'all now. I sit back and listen. Listen, I actually liked that movie better than Man of Steel, because Man of Steel was a little confusing to me, very confusing to me. But I just didn't like that. It didn't feel like a
James Gunn movie didn't feel like a super man movie. It felt like a something stories going on in DC all colliding at the same time that
Yeah.
happened to kind of be spared. And so like, and which is my point of my
Mm-hmm.
issue with James Gunn. He's better when the expectations are low and he can kind of just do what he wants
True.
to do. If he has expectations and he actually has to try, then he is not the type of
True.
director that's going to give you what you need. Hence why I said, the expectations for him were very high. Okay, motherfucker, okay, yeah, that's nice. You had Disney. You had Disney pumping that the advertisement and the money to give you Guardians of the Galaxy 1 through 3. Okay, motherfucker. So you got that and you did that. Okay. You about to get Batman and Superman. Can you deliver? We want $1 billion for each movie. Can you deliver? And my point, no, he cannot. And he's
I
proven
agree.
it. No, he cannot.
I agree with you. I agree with you
You,
saying.
you feel what
I
I'm saying,
understand what
fam?
you're saying.
I'm
Now
not
I
trying to
understand.
disrespect y'all.
Now I
No,
understand
you
what you were
good.
saying.
You
Bro.
good,
Now
bro.
I
You
understand.
good.
Now
This
I
is
understand.
Collide. This is what Collide is
Yeah, this is
about.
what we do. This is
Collision.
what we do every day. We do this every Sunday. We do this every Sunday, bro.
That makes
Yeah.
sense. And nerds, it's not only that the expectations, it's not only that the expectations were high, is that he helped to set the expectations that high. He was a part of it because he's the face. He's the person that we see talking about all these quote unquote magnificent product projects that they have going forward and how they're going to be rolling out with authorities and Waller and Superman and Brave and the Bold and all this stuff, filling up our heads essentially with all these promises of potential awesomeness to expect. And then so far, it seems like everything is collapsing.
Yeah, lackluster. Like, listen, for just for cadence, for people who are DC fans, listen, I will say this. I am glad that James Gunn actually wants to spit out multiple projects. This is the
Yep.
most shit. This is the most content DC fans have ever got. Normally it's Batman, 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 Superman, Batman, Batman, Batman,
And
Superman,
I hate
Batman,
it
Batman, Batman, Superman. And so at least James Gunn is trying. But my issue with James Gunn is he will give you a DC universe. It just won't be with the fucking Justice League. And that's a goddamn problem because, bitch, why you here then? Why are you here?
because he's giving us Justice Gang, and Justice Gang seem to have a culmination of people, but not in the proper order. We see a mix of Justice Society and Justice League, and we're
Bro,
like, okay, why are we starting with these people?
right. We don't need Creature Commandos, bro. Like, if you liked it, hey, God bless you. We don't need Creature Commandos. We don't need that. We don't need Creature Commandos. We don't need the
Or
authority.
the
You see the
Focus.
thing
authorities?
about
We don't need none of
Clayface,
that shit, bro. Focus on the
Clayface
Justice
is
League,
needed.
bro. Focus on the goddamn Justice League. That's my
Mhm.
whole point I'm making, bro.
We about
So
to have Green Lantern. We about to have Green Lantern soon. So I
Are we
mean,
that's a
though?
TV.
that's a
That's a
start.
TV
Yeah.
show,
That's a
and how long
start.
that's gonna last?
Like,
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, that's a
Did
fucking
you
TV
did
show.
you
And
did,
we
did you
have to
thought
hope.
Did you
Also, we have
thought
to hope they
Spider-Man: The
don't get
World
canceled.
was gonna be good? Nerds? Did you
There's
We have
no
think
to
what?
hope they don't get
Spider-Man: The World
canceled
was gonna be
too.
good?
Spider-Man New York. Oh, Spider-Man. I had no expectations of Spider-Man New York because Nicolas
Oh,
Cage is a weird ass motherfucker. And like
okay.
it's just like okay,
It's
it's
the
just
same
like
thing.
hey,
It's the same
hey,
thing with
listen,
Green
listen.
Lantern.
But no, no, no,
oh,
no,
no, it's
no, no, that's
true.
different. No, I'm gonna tell you why that's different. No, that's different. That's different
Oh
because
man,
we've seen the actor we heard the voice actor who voice acts Spider-Man New York, and we just got to see it live action. We've seen two different movies with Spider-Man New York, so we've seen this concept. If you're not a comic book reader, then you finally get to see that live action on the screen
True.
two different times, and now you just got to see it live action. Okay,
Hmm.
cool. And shout out to Nicolas Cage because he really found the character that he kind of fits his weird ass like mode. So shout out to Nicolas Cage for that.
Which we
But
spoke about before as well.
right.
Yeah.
But there's no expectations for that because it's like, nigga, when it was introduced, it's a fucking comedy. So it's like, nigga, we just supposed to laugh at this shit, look at it for what it is, and just keep it fucking moving. With Green Lantern, hey, James Gunn is like, oh,
Nah, this is my
listen,
second
we
time
finna take
watching
over the
Spider-Man:
scene,
The World.
like what Nas said. What Nas said, bro. High expectations. It's high expectations. So it was like, okay, we finna hold your ass to high expectations. So motherfuckers coming in, you better not give us nothing close to Ryan Reynolds or else. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm. You right on the money. You cooking nerds. It's just that
yeah, but the
just
thing
that.
is, you can't put high expectations on people that keep failing. If you know that shit gonna be bad,
Exactly.
if you know that shit gonna be bad, you should not have high expectations.
Because this is the same James Gunn who looked at us when he was just taking over DC and said, "Yo, we got Flash coming out. It's gonna be a banger. It's the most amazing
That's
movie
what
I've
I'm
ever
saying.
seen in my life."
Shit was
Right?
garbage.
And then when Flash came out, you feel me?
Wait,
The
You
only
sure you
person
don't
who
James
was
Gunn
know?
did
hyped to
not.
see it was
James
Ayush.
Gunn was not
But that's what
CEO at the time of Flash.
That is not the point. He gave the point was he gave his stamp of approval on
yeah,
when he
but
putting his first foot in. I don't know if that was the left foot or the right foot, but whichever foot he put into the door, as he was cha-cha slanging that foot into the door, he said, "Yo, I'm gonna be doing all this amazing stuff." And speaking of all this amazing stuff that Harry James Gunn gonna be doing, you know my track record. You see the type of work I've been putting in. This movie, the Flash movie, son. Yo, you're not ready for this, son. Yo, it's gonna be crazy. And then when it came out, you feel me? It doesn't matter whether or not he himself, whatever. What matters is he gave his stamp of approval. He leveraged essentially his status as the James Gunn to
yeah,
say,
he
you know
put
what,
his
this
credit
piece
on
of
that shit.
garbage over here is this garbage is not garbage. It's actually poo poo de toilette.
Yeah, but
Not shit.
he used
You
his
feel
credit
me?
to pull the movie out. He used his credit, and that shit was terrible. You shouldn't even like, you know what I mean? You shouldn't even
Exactly.
use the credit for it. Like
It's
he
but you
vouched
see, well,
for
here's what I think.
garbage. Like, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that if he was like, "Hey, guys, not even don't even speak on the movie. Don't even acknowledge the movie exists." You know? Yeah. What do you feel about the Flash? You know, we have this other stuff going on over here. That would at least tell the fans, "Yo, not even he is confident in this movie by his standard," and we'll know, hey. This has nothing to do with him. Let's not associate this with him. Let's look towards what he has going on for us in the future. But he already gave his stamp of approval for something that turned out to be absolute dog shit. And then he's going to be giving us something that he really, quote unquote, pours his heart and soul into. And he's thinking, okay, this is going to get him. This is what the fans want to see. And then it turns out, oh, this is not what the fans want to see. So I guess I don't got DC figured out at all. I thought I got it down. Cause you be seeing some of the behind the scenes footage or like the bloopers or whatnot of him on the set of Superman, and you see how he's talking about the character with David Carnsford, like working through what emotion he's supposed to be feeling in an episode in this scene, and the heart that he's pouring into David Carnsford Superman. You're like, wow, you believe that yes, he gets the character. He understands the character so much, and he's gonna do what needs to be done with the character. And then when you get it, and you feel like, I see what he was trying to do, but something is missing here. But he's focused on his passion. Where's all the passion that he had there? Where's the passion here? You know? Am I
Hmm.
crazy?
No, you're not, because the thing is, because everything you gotta also understand, like everything is subjective. No, you may see
True.
certain things, because like we all can agree that on things that's important to the audience is 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 7 to 8 stuff that's important. If none of those 7 to 8 things that's not important to this community, then that's why the thing flopped, because of those facts. And we about to see more. I guess I guess y'all want to call it slop. We about to see more. And sure,
I think it's inaccurate storytelling.
huh?
It's inaccurate. I think it's just inaccurate storytelling is what gets everybody hyped up. It's like you're not accurately telling the stories to how they're supposed to be.
True. Not only that, there are things and I've said this on the podcast so many times. There are things and there are moments in the character's development and the character's story that makes this moment hit the way it does. So if you take away those moments and then try to give us a superficial version of it, it feels cheap. And I don't like when my stories feel cheap. You kill the immersion, you kill the believability of this moment. For example, in the Superman movie with David Cornsweet, we see Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner, and he's an asshole throughout the whole movie. Why? Because he's an asshole in the comics. But why did he become an asshole in the comics? Remember what I shared with you guys? He was never like that before. He started out as a normal, sane guy. Matter of fact, he was Hal Jordan's best friend. And after Hal Jordan became the Green Lantern, the next person in line was going to be Guy Gardner. But for some weird reason or another, because of comic shenanigans, it ended up going to John Stewart instead. In addition to that, something happened in Crisis on Infinite Earths, and he got sent into the Phantom Zone. He has been trapped there for years, like years on years. And it over time it eroded his brain and turned him into the asshole that we see now. So in other words, he's not the asshole like he funny. Look at him being stupid. Look at him being just the Green Lantern that no one likes. Why did he become the Green Lantern that no one likes? His story is essentially very sad and depressing, but no one focuses on that. You just look at him. He's an asshole. He gives the middle finger. He's obnoxious. He's rude. He talks down to Superman. That's not
Nah,
what.
they actually showed that though in the Green Lantern like the cartoon version where you got like they be all fighting together and shit. They actually
Mm.
go through his storyline and they actually tell why he's like that. It's like one episode, but they actually tell you why he really is like that.
But my dear friend, how many people are checking for it? Because I know for sure that I did not. There's
Nah,
so much content to keep up with that it's like it's not worth it.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I can agree with
Especially when
you.
you consider, like my brother always tell me, hey, what does this have to do with the overall connectivity of whatever we're watching? Okay, like for example, I put him onto a show. He's like, okay, so what does this have to do with the MCU? Or I put him onto something. What does this have to do with DC, with the DC universe? You feel me? So I can't use that as the thing to say, you know what, they did this over here, so that's fine. No, I'm talking about as a part of the overall connectivity of the established universe that they're creating, that they're developing. Whatever is going on over in some isolated TV show or cartoon or animated series or movie or whatever, that is standalone. That is elsewhere. It does not count for whatever is happening in the mainstream business for what the main thing that people are going to be seeing. If there's a disconnect between whatever's going on in elsewhere stories, like with a Justice League action, Brave and the Bold, Beware the Batman, or Nightfall, any of them, it does not matter if it's not if because well, that is going on over there. But we're talking about the main thing that almost every single one and their mama is gonna be seeing, and their grandmamas too, if they feel inclined to. What is the main thing that everyone's gonna be seeing? That is what determines, hey, are they putting in the work to make sure that people have at least to some degree an accurate understanding as to why these characters are end up in the places that they do, right? Superman on Earth. Why he's on Earth? Because he's from Krypton. Imagine if they did a Superman movie and they never acknowledged the Krypton element of it, or they never acknowledge why he's so super strong and powerful. We're just supposed to just play along with it. For some people, a lot of people, that would kill the immersion. Okay,
I
so then
agree
he's at fault as
because
well. Is what you're
you know
saying,
why?
that
Because
he's
the
at fault as well.
animation is actually good. That's how you know he's not on it. I said the animation is actually good. That's how you know he's not on it. Definitely.
No, you didn't catch what Sky just said.
The animation is actually like good, so that's how you know he's not a part of that.
Funny. uh,
Talking about the animation.
Another joke. Why?
I do. I like side movies, side shows, and all that shit. Like I want to see Clayface. Like I'm actually a fan of like Clayface. Like I like to like when I hear Clayface, it reminds me of the Batman animated series where they had the first like I think it was like 2 or 3 parts where like you meet Clayface and the whole dramatic scene about it, and then Robin was added to it. Yeah, that shit was raw, bro. Like she was definitely raw, bro.
I stand where I stand on a Clayface anything standalone. I stand where I stand on that. I don't need to go over it. You guys know where I stand on that already. But it just plays back. It goes back into the idea that me and nerds are on about. There is too much. There's an oversaturation of Batman specific related characters in this space, in this DC space, that we're not even focusing on other characters. Um Doom Patrol was out here doing a thing. And the Doom Patrol, did you know that in Doom Patrol alone, just in that world, even though it's connected back to Batman, but in Doom Patrol's world alone, there's so many different groups of characters that is interesting to focus on. So think about this. So the Doom Patrol is the progenitor of what we come to know today as X-Men. Doom Patrol came first, X-Men came afterward as a counter to the Doom Patrol. But did you know that within the Doom Patrol story, there is a counter to the X-Men called the Sex Men, where they deal with sex demons?
No, that's crazy.
Yeah, man. Do you know that the lineup of the Doom Patrol can is like neck and neck up there with the Fantastic Four
Mm.
on
I
their
can see
best
it.
day?
I can see it, but not really.
But no one talks about it. No one knows.
Nobody's better than Mr. Fantastic. Like it's like nigga, you don't have nobody that can stretch on there.
You have
And then, and
elongated,
then,
man.
and
Come
then
on.
who you stop? Who's stopping Human Torch? Who's stopping Invisible Woman?
I forgot the name.
And really just
Forgot the
protecting.
name of the peoples.
I mean, you know what? But you know what? I can see the resemblance. I see the resemblance of like the corresponding. Like if you put them like right next to each other, it would be like yeah,
Mhm.
it would be just as close. So I agree.
Oh, OG, you feeling the same way? Cause it's 2 for 2 right now. Nas, Nas the nerd is saying like we got too much of these side characters, shows and TV shows. I don't want none of them. I just want Batman and Superman. That's it, and Wonder Woman.
Who are you listening to?
Yeah, too.
You are you are giving me a headache. I don't want just Batman and Superman. Yo, no,
Yeah, too.
yo, keep this up. Keep this up. And you might never hear from me again. You're going in my suicide note tonight.
just
Yo, keep this
play,
up.
just play,
Keep this
just
up, or you're
play.
gonna be my 13th reason.
But yeah,
Play with me.
OJ.
Yeah.
There's a myriad of characters in DC canon that they could be using. And I'm not saying to go for the bottom of the barrel like what James Gunn was
So
trying to do, because that's his specialty. He likes to go for the characters that gets overlooked all the time. But for some reason, Static didn't pop up on his radar, which is that's weird. But
static,
he wants to go.
static.
Yeah, Static didn't pop up on his radar at all. He likes
Mm.
like if you look at his track record, then when it comes on to this type of stuff, he likes to go for a character that no one really like thinks about or think that they can do anything with them. That's why Guardians of the Galaxy works so well. Like what Nerds was saying, the expectations are so low that when he does what he does, it comes out so amazing and people praise it. So he likes to go for like the authorities. He wants to go for um um the creature commandos
Oh, something
and
wacky
stuff like
tacky.
and stuff like that that people have very low expectations for because they don't really know much about the creature commandos or about the authorities and stuff like that. And the storyline that he's
And
setting up for
penguins.
Peacemaker
He took for penguins too.
is huh?
He took for penguins too. Penguins was dope. Don't forget about penguins. Uh, the penguin
Okay,
show.
my guy.
I'm
Whose
just saying.
brainchild? No, stop. Whose brainchild was Penguin? His or Matt Reeves?
Oh yeah, Matt Reeves. Matt Reeves. You're right.
Exactly. So
But
slap that idea out your head.
James Gunn gave him the okay though.
That
Anyway.
is not the same
Okay. Sure.
because
Okay.
it's happening in
It,
an alternate reality. That's happening.
that's all.
That's
But that's
outside
all.
of his
That's
canon.
but that's
So that don't
overall
count.
though. It's overall.
That doesn't count.
I'm looking at it
Stop. That
overall.
doesn't count for him
Okay.
because it's happening outside of his canon. It's happening outside of the DCU canon. So that doesn't count for what I'm speaking about.
So my question is this
That's a point of time.
with James Gunn, is that he's playing two jobs right now. He's a
Mm-hmm.
director and a CEO. Which one should he just become? Because I understand what y'all saying when it comes to James Gunn especially, and how these shows is happening. Like it's starting to be not good, and it's gonna be a cycle soon, and we're foreseeing that. So
All right.
I
Ooh, my,
um I want to also hear OG's thoughts, but my thing overall, I think that the next question is that is if he should just be CEO so everything can look right and be right, just like if it can make Superman's money at least 600 every time. It all depends. Maybe hopefully a billion, but our expectation is six to seven, 6 7. That's close enough. And
Six,
that's
seven.
my OG. What are your thoughts of hearing all this stuff that's going on with the animation? The animation could be a flop or it could be good too. Like we got a lot of Batman going on right now, and we got other side characters that's gonna be involved with these animations. I know there's a lot in the pipeline that most audience haven't seen yet, but I do want to hear your thoughts, OG.
So from what I've seen from animation, so far, it's a lot more uh, adult audience. It targets adult audience, which surprises me a little bit. Other than that, they seem to be getting away from the family-friendly kid shows. I
Hmm.
don't know if anyone noticed that. I'm seeing less and less of those.
Okay.
Um,
Are you talking
probably,
about like with Peacemaker and with Creature Commandos?
yes,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with you.
it's slowly becoming more focused on adults and less about kids. Yes, we have a super good movie, but I'm talking more about animation.
Hmm.
Uh, I think it's to the adult audience.
Very much so. And it's kind of funny when you think about it, OG, that everyone was afraid of Zack Snyder giving us essentially CGI porn, and then you have James Gunn out here giving us actual porn, softcore and hardcore. Because if you see Peacemaker season one, season two, it literally opened with Christopher, that's Peacemaker, so ripping a bong, and
Where
behind
you
him
put
a full on orgy happening,
where you put your glasses?
tits exposed and ass and all that. And then when you go to Creature Commandos, the animated series, what do you see over there? Softcore
Not
porn.
there.
Mrs.
She ain't had
Frankenstein
glasses
out
with
here
you.
having sex with her maker, like full on. And then you had Flag Senior out here getting it on with somebody too, like full on.
I
So
said
we're
that
getting
earlier.
softcore in the animated space and we're getting hardcore in the live action space.
I said that earlier though. I said every year
Mm,
it seems like the animation gets darker and darker, and
mm.
I actually like it like that though. I like it. Like I said, I felt like it was supposed to be raw like that from the start. Like I didn't like how cheesy it was. Like, but that's why I liked it. Like Batman the animated series, Superman the animated series, because it was for kids, but at the same time it still gave you that like eeriness to it. Like
But here's the
like
thing, though. Here's the thing, though, Sky. These things were written, of course, for the most part, during war times. While war was going on, these were used to give hope to the people, especially to children, to distract them from the harshness of life that was being experienced by everyone in that given time. And overall. Sure, as time goes on, you have some mature themes in there. For the most part, it always remained very child friendly. That the children can get introduced and get drawn into that
Took
world,
a shower
and the
when?
adults can remain in that world because it tackles themes that maybe go over the heads of children, but the adults are able to appreciate that. Hey,
Are we
even
in
though we're
Batman?
they're getting visual like a colorful thing, a colorful page and a rich story and so forth, so there's something there that speaks to the current struggles that the grown-ups have to go through, that the teens have to go through. So in other words, it
But
was something for all ages. It sounds like
no,
what
I'm a
you're saying
'90s
or what
baby.
you're advocating for
The
is, hey,
'90s
I know that these
cartoons
things were for
were
children,
meant to
but
traumatize
I
you.
like to keep it for myself. That's what it
No,
sounds like you're
no.
advocating
The
for.
'90s cartoons was meant to traumatize you. Like certain cartoons and situations in the cartoons would traumatize the shit out of you. Like I'm pretty sure anybody that's like in the '90s that used to watch like Animaniacs or Tiny Toons
Mhm.
or Captain Planet or any of these '90s cartoons. Some of the episodes would be really traumatizing. Like one of the episodes of Captain Planet, one of the kids was on drugs and she ended up dying in the episode because she overdosed on drugs. Or like fucking uh the episode with Tiny Toons when they was drinking, they was showing how what can happen to you if you drink
Mhm.
and they became alcoholics. Like it was certain cartoons that like are certain situations in the cartoons sometimes would traumatize you. And Batman and Superman did have those times. Just like what I said with
Yeah.
Clayface, that Clayface episode, bro, scared the shit out of me. But I loved Batman so much that I was, like even the one with when he had the puppet with the Scarface.
Oh,
Even
Scarface and
that
the
episode,
ventriloquist. Yeah.
even that episode scared the shit out of me. You feel me? Then they had another episode of like, and then Superman would be the same way. The episode with Brainiac, the episode with Metallo, like it's just I don't know, like certain '90s cartoons were really traumatized us. Like it was meant for that for some reason. Like I don't know why, but it was just certain situations of it don't matter what cartoon you was watching, it always had a certain
Did you touch
situation
in the
where it was like
kitchen, Eddie?
a real scenario or a scary moment or it just. And you know what, DC always
No,
had
let me go to work
that
and
feel
outside.
to them in all their like superhero stuff. Like it always had that feeling.
Jesus.
But okay, how do I phrase this? So it seems like Sky, that the goalpost is being shifted a bit because now you currently speaking you're speaking about themes such as alcohol abuse, drug abuse and stuff like that. And these are some themes that can be that are generally accepted to showcase in these mediums to say, hey,
Do
there's
you
some
know where
dangers
mommy
in
glasses is?
going down this path, and there are
Do you know
real
where
life
mommy glasses?
consequences to these. So children or people of all ages can learn life lessons from these in regards to some of these themes, right? So in that aspect, I
Do
would
you know where
say
mommy glasses
yes,
is?
these are some of the things that these mediums, comics and animated TV shows, movies and whatnot, have been used to tackle
Did you
in the
go
past,
inside of the
and they're
room?
still profitable to do that now. But before
Bella,
then,
in
the
her
example
room?
that what we address and that you said was great, that you like, was, hey, we're essentially
Okay, why are
seeing
you
whether it be
taking naps?
hardcore or softcore
Did you
pornography
have your glasses
in these things.
before?
You're saying, yes, you like it a little dark. That's but now you're shifting the goalpost from, hey, that extreme to this over here, and then
Huh?
you're equivocating them as if they are the same when they
Yes.
are
I
not.
checked the shower.
I hope you notice that. One is
Oh,
hinting at or addressing modern or themes
you
that
took your
plague
charger?
society as a
Take your
whole.
charger.
And there's a lesson behind it, there's a reason behind it, there's an actual there's a goal behind it. Versus showing, hey, let's get it on. And then you have to ask yourself, okay, I know this is here, but what purpose does it serve other than to say that, hey, we're edgy for the sake of being edgy? Just like when James Gunn decided to put in season 2 how you have racism on this different planet, that different dimension that Peacemaker get roped up into, and it sounds like it's just being just racism for this the stuff for the sake of putting it there. It did not show that that James Gunn truly understood why historically some of these things were happening. And all I'm saying is, whatever, whenever you put something, do something in medium, there has to be intent behind it. There has to be some purpose or some meaning behind it. You can't just be putting it there for the sake of putting it there. Even those things that you watch as a child, and you saw how the scarecrow was scared to you, or the ventriloquist and Scarface was scared to you, those things served a
Did you
thematic
go to my mom's
purpose,
bathroom?
right? They served a purpose. Maybe someone else understood it that you don't, or I don't. But whatever the original goal was, it served that purpose, and it did not need to show some boobs in
Right.
order to get that across. This
Facts.
is not the boys, right? Or anything of that nature, where their main goal is to be as edgy as possible. This is supposed to be about telling a story and trying to bring across themes in a way that meets their target audience, not isolate some target audience to say, oh, I'm gonna be focused on these people only. There should be a soft medium of sorts to say, hey, we need to hit these different demographics, because these different demographics pave the way, or help pave the way for what we are, or they help us on our journey to being where we are today. Make sense?
Definitely makes sense.
Cool. I feel like I talked a lot just now.
Yeah. But that was needed because like I said, it just the animation, like I said, it started to getting really dark now to the point where they're showing superheroes getting torn apart, things is really dying on some crazy shit, and then the fight scenes be all gory and stuff. Like I said, I like that, but just like you said, like back in the day, it's like, all right, well, I mean, it's always been, like I said, it's always been kind of like it always had some type of eeriness to DC, like any DC
Mm,
like cartoon or animation or whatever. They always had something eerie to it. Like they always added a little eeriness to it just to make you feel
mhm.
like, oh yeah, this is dark. Like they always had their dark moments. You know what I'm saying?
True.
But now they're not hiding their dark moments. They're just like, yo, we gonna make this dark. Like they're not like they'll hide like that's what I mean by like our '90s cartoons. They will hide it a little bit. You will see like a little hints of it, but now
Hmm.
they're blatantly like, yo,
How did
nah,
you
we're
watch
gonna make this
Netflix
gory, and
without
y'all gonna
your
like it.
glasses?
That's all it is.
And
Like
why
that's
is
how I feel.
that? And why is that?
Because it's like that's pretty much what adults like. Like they like blood and gore
Hmm.
and stupid shit. So it's like that's what they're gonna give you.
In other
But
words, that's what the media has made it seem like. That is what
that's
sells.
what makes DC. But that's what makes DC DC. You feel me? It's not supposed to be like Marvel, all cheesy and
True.
superhero and
Right?
we love each other. It's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed to be the
True.
opposite of Marvel. So they
True.
they
Well,
just
to
they
some
just like,
degree.
fuck it.
To,
We gonna give
to some
you
degree.
want dark
Did
comics. We
you
gonna give you
push
dark
your
comics.
back?
Like that's how I feel
The,
about it.
yeah. To some degree, you're right to some degree. The main differences thematically between about
I need
DC and
more
Marvel
room.
is Marvel is supposed to be
Trying to.
the world around you. I feel like that's what it's supposed to be. Like everything happens in real New York. Most of the places in Marvel continuity are real places, except for like Latveria or
Oh, I feel
Krakoa and
something.
stuff like that. Those places are fake, but for the most part, everything else is real,
For
right? And it's supposed to be about humans being gods, or humans like ordinary
what?
humans being seen as godlike.
What
Whereas
do you?
over in DC, it's
I don't
completely
know where you put your
elseworld.
glasses.
You have
This is
Star
crazy.
City, Metropolis,
I don't know what
Gotham.
you want to do. You want
These
me to
are
keep
not
looking? I'll
real
keep looking.
places. Central City, Keystone, Bloodhaven. None of these names are real, right? And you're supposed to be able to can disassociate. Hey, this is completely fantasy. Nothing over here is real for the most part. At the same time, it's about gods stepping down from their positions, trying to be human. That's why they have this emphasis on secret identities and whatnot. These larger than life beings, they say, you know what, we're gonna come down to the earth level and try to be like that. You have the Flash, the fastest man alive. He ran faster than teleportation across the whole universe. and he has a secret identity, a private life of work, being a forensic scientist at a at a police department in Central City. You have this massive godlike being, Superman, the most important person in all of DC continuity. And what does he do in his spare time? Oh, he just works at a what you call it again, a newspaper industry place called Daily Planet. Diana Prince, the most effeminate woman. She is the epitome of what true feminism is.
Were you on
What it
Matthew's
she
bed?
defines what it means to be a woman. And she's the most beautiful, one of the most beautiful people to ever exist, like sculpted by the
Were you on his
gods.
bed?
And what does she do? She's out there trying to be an ambassador or a secretary, for the war and stuff like that. These larger than life people. And then, of course, you have the outliers like Batman is a human who has attained godlike status in a way. And is still, and even his identity is that of a larger than life personality. So in that case, you have him who more fits the Marvel aesthetic only in that aspect. But everything else is, for example, look back over at the Marvel again. Most of these people, they live larger than life lifestyles. Their identities out there. Everyone knows who they are. They're celebrating it up, living it up.
Yeah, and
Um,
look how much
right?
damage it
You took
caused.
away.
Humans living like gods, and DC again is gods living like humans. They're
Yeah,
the
they're
ones
blending
out there
in.
who are stepping down into our world, and they're trying so hard to be like us and whatnot. But really, they're not us, and there's a disconnect there. That is the main themes of
I
what Marvel
guarantee you,
and DC
Marvel
have
gets
to
into
offer.
more shit. I guarantee you, Marvel superheroes get into more shit than DC superheroes because of their identities.
Hmm.
Iron Man don't give a fuck if you know he Iron Man, but guess what? Somebody come to the Adventure Tower and blow that shit the fuck up every
Yep,
other day.
because there's consequences to having that larger than life identity, especially when you're just humans.
Exactly, but see, DC characters, DC superheroes understand that. You feel me? That you have to
Hmm.
have a persona because, and they're very disciplined with their personas because you never know who Batman is, you never know who Superman is, you never know who Wonder Woman is, and then you go
Right.
on this other side, you know who Thor is, you know who the Hulk is, you know who all these characters is.
Exactly.
Even people like Spider Man, like I mean, Spider Man, I think is the only one that nobody knows is Peter Parker. Like he's probably the
Not
only person.
there's some people who know, but in depending on which who's writing the story, Peter Parker and Clark Kent get the same treatment. Wherein there's some stories where Peter Parker is out here just doing his thing, and there's some people who know. Like for example, Doc Ock knows who Peter Parker is, and people are like, "Yo, I know who Peter Parker." People come to Doc Ock. I know who Peter Parker is. Let's out his secret. And Doc Ock is like,
Yeah,
"Are you
and Doc,
crazy?
Doc
Yo,
is one of them
if
too.
he's in
He knew who
school,
Spider
I get to do
Man
more crimes. What are you doing? Shut up! Don't say anything, or I'll hurt you."
is.
And they treat Superman the same way. Some people who know who Batman or know who Superman's identities are, they know what their secret identities are. And like, for example, Lex Luthor. In some versions of the story, Lex knows who Superman is, but he just refuses to believe it because he cannot fathom why someone who is a godlike being would want to work at the Daily Planet. It makes no sense to him, right? And there are other people who are like, "Yo, do you know what will happen if we out to the world that Bruce Wayne is Batman? Yo, Bruce Wayne is the person keeping Batman in check right now. And if you take away Bruce Wayne from the Batman, all you have left to deal with is the Batman. And you don't want that. You don't want the problem. So we know this information. Let's keep it on the hush for our sakes. You feel me? Let's not. It's bad enough that our money is being impacted the way that it is. Let's not try to fuck up the money anymore. Please, shut up, or I'll have to kill you. So, feel me? So, Batman and Superman do be getting not bad now. Flash, not Flash. Spider Man and Superman be getting that type of treatment in their respective worlds from time to time. It just depends on who's writing the story at the time and what they want to say or showcase in that respect. But to go back to there was the question that Jesse had earlier. Man, I wanted to respond to it, but it slipped my mind. Man, it is what it is. It is what it is. This whole thing, it just feel like smoke and mirrors. It doesn't feel like these people are really taking the medium seriously. It doesn't seem like they really care as much as they say they do. Because if they did, they would be finding actual things to get us excited about. For example, when is the next Flash project coming out? Not with Ezra Miller, with someone else. When are we getting a live a better when are we getting Teen Titans? And before we can even get Teen Titans, we need to set up the Justice League because the Teen Titans are essentially the sidekicks coming together, same as Young Justice. We already have also now we need to figure out what version of a children's mini Justice League are we going to be going with? Are we going to be going with Teen
Titans was
Titans,
more.
Titans, Young Justice? What are we doing for live action? What's happening with
I
Static?
mean, we got Titans though. Like Titans was pretty much the Teen
But
Titans, but they added just a little bit more people.
yes, Sky, but that's isolated. That is a part of the Arrowverse. That has nothing to do
Yeah,
with the DCU.
yeah,
Remember, they
yeah.
already established that they have connections to the Arrowverse.
I
And
didn't
how do
know
we
that.
know this? Because we saw them show up in Crisis on Infinite Earths, and we saw them again show up where they did a crossover with Stargirl and with
I
Doom
mean,
Patrol
Speedy's
and
part
so
of,
on
part
like
of the
that.
Teen Titans.
Huh?
Speedy's part of the Teen Titans. He's that's Green Arrow's apprentice or whatever.
No, no, no. I'm talking about within the DCU, within whatever is going on with David Cornsweet Superman and with Millie Alcock Supergirl and John Cena's Peacemaker. That's what I'm talking about. Within that world, within that story, within that continuity, within Aaron Pierre's Lantern series, within that world. Because that's what that's our main focal point because their goal is, from what we can tell, is they're trying to actually build a continuity, a live action roster that you can rally around and see, this is our version of the MCU. This is our interconnected universe. We cannot say also whatever happened prior to James Gunn don't count in this respect. Whatever happened before that doesn't count here. All that matters for the most part. Like sure, those other projects are cool to have in your belt, right? But for the most part, we're talking about for the most part what yeah well for the most part what matters is hey, what are we doing for the DC universe for this big project that everyone has their eyes, the whole world has their eyes on, wanting to see this thing succeed, and are praying that it doesn't fail. What's going on there? And if all you're doing is just giving us smoke and mirrors and say, "Hey, look over here, guys, look over here, more Batman. You want more Batman? I got you. I got Batman. Batman over here. Batman. So you say Batman? Okay, you want Batman. You Batman. Everybody Batman. Yeah. The Joker laugh riot or something like that. We're getting more of that again. I'm like, why? We have so much Joker content out there already. We have just so much. We have other characters in DC pantheon that we can focus on. Why are we focusing on Batman specific characters? It makes no sense. Yeah, one. Thank you. Wonder Woman doesn't even have a show. They might be canceling Paradise Lost. And Paradise Lost is not even about Wonder Woman. It's a prequel, like thousands of years before Wonder Woman even come on the scene. So like, why should I even care?
Or
But the DC people, they have a duty to get fans to care because Wonder Woman is on the Mount Rushmore of superheroes.
I mean, she is, but it's
And
just
whose
like
fault is that?
it's just like she's not on like she's up to par, but it's like it's really hard to like try to make it. Like, I don't know. They try to it's not as popular as what they wanted is. That's why they
Yes,
push it
but
so
whose
hard.
fault is that? And now they're trying to essentially give us Millie Alcock as Supergirl. And I know we're not supposed to be talking about this now. We're going to be talking about this either next week or the week after that, giving it its own thing. But essentially, right? Um, like one of the things that I wanted us to talk about prior is, hey, do we think that they're trying to use Supergirl as a tester as to whether or not people are going to be feeling a natural Wonder Woman's movie or anything of the sort whenever that time comes? What if they're trying to use this Supergirl movie as a tester to say, hey, if people like If people actually like this, then they might actually there's high hopes for Wonder Woman to actually come out.
Figure Rob, they'll make more money with a Batman film than they would with.
But Robin is tied to Batman again.
I am telling you, like no one like no one cares.
And people been asking for our Nightwing movie. People been asking. The streets been asking for that. But still, it's tied to
Oh, Matt, Martian Manhunter.
Martian Manhunter would be dope.
Because he's
Awesome.
basically Superman. He's just a Martian Superman. That's
Not only that, he's actually so some of the characters are in on the Justice League are more powerful than Superman, depending on who's writing the story, and he's one of them. This how powerful he is. Superman is afraid of Martian Manhunter.
I know.
And we don't even know why he's called Martian Manhunter. Well, I know because I pay attention to the comics, but still. The reason why he's called the Martian Manhunter is because they couldn't even come up with a better name for the character. He's a Martian and he's a cop. And he gets the bad guy. He's a manhunter. He's always on the chase. That's why he's called the Manhunter. But outside of that, outside of that, no one knows why. Then we see him in Supergirl, and he's running the DEO. Like, why are you? Has nothing to do with why you got the name. You were a detective, like Batman. That's the connection that you and Batman have. Every single member or roster of the Justice League, they have some connection to each other in some way, shape, or form. And if you take them out of their element, what do you have? No. I'm finishing up my shift.
Is this gonna be new? Is us?
You know. Yo, Galen, am I doing too much right now? Am I tweaking?
Nah, bro. I'm back, bro. I was just trying to hear what y'all was talking about.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I know y'all been talking for a little bit.
Yes. So we are getting apparently we're getting all these projects, Galen, that Jesse was putting us onto. So I don't remember all the dates, but these are what we have to look forward to. We have Batman Crusader coming out in season 2 coming out in July 31st. We have Batman 2 coming out October 1st. We have we have Absolute Batman we don't know when that is going to be, but it's supposed to be coming out sometime soon. They already announced that they're going to be doing that. We have Batman Nightfall coming out this month, right? We
That's what
have
I'm waiting
more
on.
Creature
I'm,
Commandos.
I'm waiting on Nightfall.
We
Go
have
ahead.
more Creature Commandos coming out season 2. I don't remember when. We have Superpowers. We have Mr. Miracle that's supposed to be featured with Big Bart and Mr. Miracle from Apocalypse World, like New Genesis and them. We have My Adventures with Green Lantern. Why? We have Absolute Batman spoke about that already. We're getting a trilogy for Batman Nightfall. We have Dynamic Duo with I don't know who this is supposed to be involving. We have Krypto coming out with the dog. We have Starfire. We have Joker Laugh Riot. Like why? Like most of this stuff that we have here is related to Batman, and I'm saying why are we getting so much Batman content? It feels like they're distracting us from the real issue that they don't know what the hell to do with their characters, with the characters they have in the roster.
So
They don't
wait a
know what to
second.
do
So
with the
is all
roster
this
of characters
anime?
at all.
Is it all animation?
For the most
I
part,
know Green
yes.
Lantern's not in. I know the
Yes.
Green Lantern is going to be
No,
live action like a
Lanterns is live
series.
action, but my adventures
Yeah,
with
yeah,
Green
like
Lantern
yeah.
is animated.
Ah, like Adventures with Superman. Okay, okay.
Exactly. Done by the same people, by the way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, my Adventures with Superman wasn't that bad. I mean, it was cool. But as far as some of these IPs, man, like I'm waiting on Nightfall. Um, and Crusader season 1 was straight. Yeah, man, this is crazy. This is kind of, I don't want to use the word gnarly because that's the West Coast, saying gnarly, but it is kind of crazy though, bro. Like how they're out of touch with the audience, the fans. I'm
Essentially.
looking me personally, I'm looking towards Clayface. If they do Clayface right and give us a fresh take on Clayface and show us like a Greek tragedy or something, and it's a good story, and we fall in love with the character, and then something tragically happens, and then now he becomes Clayface. He's trying to keep himself together. He falls in love. It's kind of like that Swamp Thing type of deal. That could be hopeful as far as live action, but as far as all this animation,
Where's the audience? Who's really watching this stuff? Who's watching Crypto? Is that for the kid? Like, where is that at? I mean, like, what are we doing? I mean,
Jesse
like,
watching
who's
it with
really
his daughter.
watching? You know what I'm saying? I know. You already talked about Supergirl, how that went down. That junk was a dumpster fire. Like, and they tried to throw. We talked about that last week. I know y'all probably done ran that into the ground already, but
No, that
um,
we don't want to talk about it yet fully. We don't want to give it as much attention yet until either next week or the week after because we have so much to talk about and there's a lot of validation to be given around and there's a lot that we need to address as DC fans.
okay, that's
Going
fair. That's
forward.
cool. Yeah, we'll talk about that next week. Yeah, we'll talk about that next
Yeah,
week. So as far as the Batman stuff, let me ask you a question. Where is the audience? Who are they making these? Who are they making all this animation for?
good question. And Batman fans aren't the only fans that exist in DC for DC. That's where I stand.
Mm.
But it seems like most of this stuff is geared towards Batman fans. Even the last time I told you guys about a show called Powerless, which is supposed to be about hey, what about the people in DC continue in DC and stuff who don't have powers, who they're seeing all of this happen all the time around, right? Even that show,
Right.
you know where the characters are based? Wayne Corp. They work for Wayne Corp. They make all they make stuff. They give out insurance to people who live in these super powered worlds, and they make things to help people survive. And that experience of being caught up
You
in
you
in
know
a big superhero battle or was something. Even
you know
that
what was
a movie show like Powerless is connected to Batman.
so how is that connected?
Well, no, even that was connected to Batman. That's what I'm saying. Almost
Yeah,
all of
yeah,
the main stuff is
how is that
they're
how
connected
yeah, how is
because
Powerless connected to
because one of the main characters in the show is is Bruce Wayne's cousin
that?
and works in Bruce Wayne's company in a subsect of Bruce Wayne's company. You feel me? Like why?
Hey bro, listen, bro. Listen,
You didn't know
you
that, did
know
you?
what? Have you no have you listen, have you remember the game Batman Arkham Asylum? Of course you do.
Yes.
Was it PS4, PS3, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, if they made a live like a series of that, just Batman trapped in Arkham trying to fight his way out, and each episode is like maybe like like I would rather see that than
But do you remember
you know what I'm
what's
saying?
happening for the
Like,
live action though?
what
Remember?
are they doing?
We're never gonna get the live action Batman series.
But why? Because that's what I'm saying. That's what the people want to see. People want to
It's
see a
never
live act.
happening.
It's like remember Adam West? Remember
No,
Adam West
Penguin
back in the
don't
day?
count. Batman.
Adam
Batman.
West. Remember? Yeah, yeah,
And
Batman.
since
Remember
then,
Adam West? They
hmm
had Batman and
since then,
Robin. And, yeah.
never again. For legal reasons, man.
No, for legal. Well, we need to unlegal the reasons.
I know.
We need to unlegal the reasons, bro. Like the people only want to see. They had a live action. That was a very popular show. Adam West. You had Robin. You had the Red Phone. Bruce Wayne. The Joker. Catwoman. That was that show. I think it was what in the '60s. That show came out in
Yeah,
the
man.
'60s, right? Adam West. Yeah, that's what people want to see. We want to see a live action version.
How'd you think to check in the chip bag?
All right, man.
That
All
was just
right.
checking
I'm
in
done.
at this
I'm done.
point.
I'm done
While we're
on that
cleaning out
rant.
our food,
But
that's
Mhm.
all.
you're saying for legal. You're saying for legal reasons. Okay. All right. I tell you what. Give me a scare. Give me a scarecrow series. That's kind of like set up like Hannibal
I don't
Lecter a
even
little
have
bit,
deodorant.
right?
That would be
Like
dope.
the
Sweaty pants.
That would be very
like
dope. But guess
Hannibal,
what?
like Doctor Crane.
Can you see?
That would be dope. But guess what?
What?
That's another. That would be another Batman related IP.
No, but I'm
You're
grabbing
right.
that. But I'm desperate though. I'm grabbing at straws. I'm
Why
desperate.
don't they do that?
They're giving us Clayface, so they gave us the Penguin. but I can't have Batman in any of these shows. Like the Penguin, I can't have him in any of these shows.
And even if you do get him in there, he'd be a cameo, and he'd just be somewhere in the background.
Man, bro, I don't understand, bro. Like, I don't know who needs to pass away
I'll be
or who
typing
needs
it.
to get up out of here or what. Like, in order for us to have a back, like, bro, the fans want to see live
You ready?
action.
So confused
That,
why you're typing it.
that's it. But okay, so let me ask you this: what about remember Titans, the live
Yes.
action version? Which,
Hmm.
yeah, that was a decent series, wasn't it? I mean, for the most part, I mean, it wasn't. It could have been a lot worse.
I applaud what he tried to do, but honestly, no. But at the same time, I appreciate what he tried to do. And
Right.
shows like Titans existed because DC, for the most part, wasn't doing what they were supposed to do.
Bye, Mom. The cup's over there.
Take care. So that's how I feel on that. So as much as I am absolutely
It,
nowhere
that
near
listen, that
a
show could
fan,
have been a lot worse. Listen, that
I
show could
love
have been a
you.
lot
I
worse,
love you too.
but it actually
perhaps.
like it had Red Hood, it had Nightwing, you know, Dick Gray. Like, yeah, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I
but
think
it
that
messed
show
up their
probably was like,
stories and their character motivations and why these things were happening, and a lot of plot points were rushed.
yeah. But it had what 4 seasons, 5 seasons, something like that. So
Thereabout.
it had a good run. Yeah.
That it did.
So yeah, it had a good run, bro. It wasn't no overnight show. Like, it had a good run. Um, but yeah, man. So what are you thinking? What's on your heart, bro? Like, where are you at with it? Are you? I think Nightfall is gonna be dope. That's a given. I think they can't mess up Nightfall because we haven't seen that since Batman animated series.
Okay,
Like,
I'll tell you where I'm on that. Um, when you really think about it, out of all of the Batman isolated projects that we've been getting, none of those deserve to see the light of day. Not even Batman Brave and the Bold, not even um Cape Crusader season 2.
what? Okay. All right.
No, you don't know where I'm going with this.
All
None
right.
of these deserve to see the light of day like Nightfall. The Nightfall trilogy needs to happen. And the reason why I
Oh
say
yeah.
that is this. Everyone knows who Bane is. Well, for the most part. They just know that he's the Mexican luchador on drugs. That's all they, for the most part, that's all they know about him. Because he always be having the mask on and he's always pushing drugs in the community. He's always pushing that venom. And he's always pumping upon that venom. And then he gets big like the Hulk. Or like Solomon Grundy. Or like Mammoth. Or something like that, right? But that moment that made everyone say, you know what, yo, he's that guy. That happened in Nightfall in the comics when he broke Batman's back after he
Yeah.
figured out who Bruce Wayne was. He figured out that Batman was Bruce Wayne, and he crept upon him and he did this whole elaborate thing, and wore down Batman. Batman was fighting for hours on end. I don't remember if it was fighting for days and nights, but I remember for the most part I remember that he was fighting from night into the morning, no breaks. They were just on him. And then afterward, Bane came through like he big dog and took the victory, broke and iconically broke Batman's back. So that's what people remember. But where did it happen? Batman Nightfall. And if I remember correctly, what's his name again? Hugo Strange, the doctor in Arkham Asylum, was the
Yeah.
one who passed on the information to Bane to like, yo, I know who Batman is. Yo, come through. We're gonna plan this out.
So was Bane wasn't in League of Shadows in that version. He was
No,
just
no,
an
he wasn't.
assassin.
That's a recent
Yeah.
development in
Yeah, he
in
was just an
in latter
assassin.
years.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was out here just doing his own thing, trying to make his
So
name.
that so as big as watch this, as big as Bane is in Nightfall, that's how big I wanted him to be in Dark Knight Rises. Like, I wanted Bane to be that big. Like, I don't care if you had to do CGI like they did the Incredible Hulk. I don't care, bro. Like, if they would have did that movie different towards the end, that movie would have been a masterpiece. But they screwed it up at the end
Fair.
of Dark Knight, the Dark
But
Knight
I
Rises.
understand why they did not go that route. Right? It makes sense. This is Chris Nolan that we're talking about.
I don't
He
care,
likes
bro.
his
Listen,
he
I
likes
don't care,
practical
bro.
effects. He likes real. He doesn't like
Nah, bro.
CGI
I
that
like.
that much.
See, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you gotta give a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
that's what people.
And
That's what
he
people
did
want
do
to
that. He
see.
did give. That's why we're able to get Two Face. Aaron Eckhart as Two Face. They also
Yeah,
were able to get a realistic looking Two Face because he was able to get to play do the give and take and say, you know what, fine, that's what it's going to be.
but if they listen, if Bane would have hulked out at the end and they would have had to just focused on, like, they could have even scratched the whole Catwoman arc. I don't know, like that really was like,
Yeah, Catwoman served no purpose that movie other than to be there and look sexy.
like it was just like
She served no purpose
so
that whole time. So yeah,
so
I agree
so
with you.
yeah.
But yeah,
So where are we at? You didn't like Cape Crusader with the woman penguin. You didn't like that
I
series.
didn't care to watch it. I haven't
Oh, you
watched
didn't
it.
watch it,
No, I because
bro.
I didn't care to
What,
watch it. Wait,
bro? Please, bro.
one, I didn't care to
Stop,
watch it.
stop,
And in
stop,
addition to
stop,
that,
stop, bro. If you're a Batman fan, bro, watch Cape Crusader, bro. You're gonna be surprised. You're gonna be like, yo, this is crazy. This is actually kind of dope.
one, I didn't care to
You're gonna
watch
be
it.
like, you're gonna be
Two,
like, yo, this is kind of dope, bro. I think it's on Amazon Prime, man. I forgot, but bro,
yeah,
Batman
I got
Cape
the
Crusader
links.
wasn't
I
that.
got the links to
It
watch it. I
wasn't
know where to
bad, bro.
go.
It wasn't bad, bro. It wasn't bad. I mean, yeah, you had the
It's not
woman
about
penguin.
whether or not it's good or bad for me. It's about why are we getting so much Batman content. That's one. And two, I've mentioned this gripe before on here, on Collide, on the Collide show with you guys. The person who did the series, he turned Penguin into a woman because according to him, there are no good male villains. In Batman's Rogues Gallery. Which is weird because he
Are
gave
you
us the
crazy?
Batman animated TV series. So he should know whether or not Batman has good male characters in the gallery or
Man,
good female
that is
characters.
outrageous.
He should know because he gave us Batman the animated TV series. He gave us Justice
You
League the
mean you
animated
mean
TV series.
female? You
He
mean
gave us
female
Superman the
villains?
animated TV series.
You mean female? There's no good Batman female villains. Is that what you meant?
Let me look up the exact quote. So I'm not talking smack.
Because you said that he did make Penguin a female, and she was gangster. She was ruthless. She put the fear in your heart, boy. That jump was kind of crazy how they pulled it off.
I'm looking this up right now.
I think her name was Oswalder or something like that.
Hmm. Oh yeah, so creator Bruce Timm. And the team changed the penguin into a female character as Walder Cobblepot, voiced by Minnie Driver, because they felt Batman's Rogues Gallery had a noticeable lack of strong female villains.
Yeah, I thought you meant
Like
female. Yeah,
Poison
lack
Ivy,
of female.
Harley Quinn, didn't exist. Like Magpie don't exist. Like Onomatopoeia don't exist.
Like who? I don't even know who you're
Onomatopoeia.
talking about. I have no idea who that is, bro.
Okay, I'm typing some female Batman.
Female Batman villains, bro. Yeah, you're right. I don't think there's that many.
But build them up. Talia al Ghul, Lady Shiva, Cheshire, Copperhead, Phantasm from Mask of the Phantasm, Silver Banshee.
Man, bro, you reaching that strong boy. Boy. You reach silver.
White
Hey,
Rabbit,
who was the one?
Magpie,
Who was the one?
Punchline,
Oh
Rocket, Roxy Rocket.
man, this guy,
But
bro.
point is, build them up. You think that they are whack? Fine, turn them into badass. Turn them into
Was
badasses.
Catwoman? Catwoman wasn't necessarily a villain. Was she was like more of kind of like a neutral.
Yeah, she blurs the line between hero and ally, between villain and ally from time to time, because as she wants to do her thievery, but she kind of has the heart for Batman.
Yeah, and then you had Batgirl. So yeah,
Batgirl is not a villain.
yeah, she ain't a villain, but she was a female. So
Yeah,
and
but
then you had
Poison
your
Ivy
girl
is
Harley
not is not is
Quinn.
not a strong female villain.
Harley Quinn. Oh yeah, Poison Ivy's legit.
Harley Quinn, like you said, Harleen Quinzel, Talia al Ghul, the dude who, the woman who raped him, who drugged Batman and raped him and
There we
had a
go. See,
child
now
by
you
him, a secret child for 10 years, and until I'm like, ta-da, Damian Wayne.
this
You feel
guy,
me?
man.
Not a strong female villain.
Ah,
Lady Shiva, one
uh,
of the deadliest people in the League of Assassin, a League of Assassin, or League of Shadows. Cheshire, who also works with the League of Shadows. Copperhead.
man, bro.
You
Nobody
feel me?
know. Listen, bro. Nobody is going to
Yo,
even.
when Phantasm came out, Phantasm had the Batman animated TV series fans in a chokehold. Everyone was talking about, yo, Phantom. She's mascot to Phantasm reminds them of Phantom of the Opera, and how dope she was as a villain. She was one of the dopest.
Oh
They
yeah, that
they
was a
made
yeah.
they made Phantasm. They made Phantasm that character for the Batman animated series. And they said it's one of, is the next up there with Harley Quinn in terms of how great it was, if not better than Harley Quinn as an introduction to that world, because Harley Quinn was also created by the animated TV series,
What
right?
about the little baby? What about the little baby doll that was in Batman animated series?
Oh, you mean Toyman
No, no,
or
no. The
Toymaker or
little
something like
girl,
that?
the little girl. She was like a little girl baby doll, and she was like a grown woman, but she was like a little midget or something.
Oh
And
yeah, that's right.
yeah, like that was in Batman season three animated series or something like that. But yeah, you right. You ain't really that many.
There are so many opportunities to turn one of those um into someone that who's supposed to be a threat, who's no threat to be reckoned with. I mean,
What was that? Red
across
Claw.
this.
What was it? Red Claw. What was her name?
Yeah, I'm looking up, looking
Red
up.
Claw. The chick.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now. And matter of fact, you know who show that it can be done? That it can turn someone who's insignificant into a massive threat? Across the Spider-Verse, they did that with Spot. Spot is seen as a joke. But we know that by the time we see
Mm.
but we know that by the time we see Spot in the third installment of the Spider-Verse movies, he's gonna be like possibly one of Spider-Man's biggest threat that he's ever faced. So it can be done. There are so many female characters in Batman's rogues gallery. Even if you don't think that any of them are worth your salt, guess what? They are like treat they can treat them like a blank canvas, and you can fill them up with whatever you want to fill them up with, and make them as fearsome as you want to make them. And people will rally behind it like, yo, I didn't know she could move like that. You feel me?
I think Red Claw. I think Red Claw would probably be the closest to something more grounded as a formidable foe for Batman, like a female. I think that was her name, Red Claw, right? She had on the red outfit.
Oh,
I
you were talking
think
about
that's her
Baby
name.
Doll earlier. The name is Mary
Yeah, I was talking
Louise
about Baby
Doll,
Doll.
but she's trapped in the doll, so they call her Baby Doll.
Baby Doll. Okay,
Yeah,
but but yeah, I think the chick Red Claw, bro. I think she probably be more grounded as far as a real enemy or a threat. Because I'm always looking at threats as being like towards Gotham or Wayne Enterprises
true.
or some type of. It has to be something that's gonna affect Gotham in some way where Batman has to get out of bed.
Oh, oh, Sanju came through earlier. Well, he's in the audience on YouTube, and he said that he says, and I quote, "I feel audience are too critical when it comes to female superheroes. Bad writing plus audience mindset leads to female-led superhero movies flopping." End quote.
He said, "Bad what?"
I quote it again. I feel audience are too critical when it comes to female superheroes. Bad writing plus audience mindset leads to female-led superhero movies flopping. What you say about that?
Um, I think the bad writing is a huge part because like Wonder Woman, for example, we didn't know we needed that movie. If they
Mm-hmm.
pulled it off, right? They pulled it off. Okay. And so we was like, Okay, we gave, a Black Widow, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Boom, pulled it off. The writing has to be is just as important as the character. Just
Mm-hmm.
like that's what I was saying about Clayface. I was like, if the writing is good, like the Penguin show, like the Penguin or whatever, like it's gonna win. So the writing has to be done by a fan.
Mm-hmm.
A fan has to be grounded with the audience and knows what the audience really wants to see. And then how are we going to bring Gotham into the character space as a character? Because the city of Gotham is the actual character in the
Mm-hmm.
Batman universe. So when you properly show Gotham and you show the grittiness and the grunginess, and then now you're able to uh place a character in that environment, and it's like you can see why they're in Gotham, and you can see why they're a threat to Bruce Wayne, why they're a threat to the city. And now that's what people want to like. People don't want to see, uh, somebody who doesn't look like they belong.
And not just the impact they have on Gotham, but the impact that Gotham has on them.
Correct,
Mm.
absolutely, and that's why the whole Arkham Asylum, like that whole story, is still yet to be told. I mean, they can't. I mean, Birds of Prey and Suicide Squad, yeah, they did their thing, but when you get into the psychology of like people actually having mental health conditions, bro, and that'll fit right into the time that we live in now.
Mm.
With people will be able to identify with, what I'm saying, crashing
Mm.
out. Like,
Bring
so
it
you
back
got
home to
Edward,
the female
you know,
superheroes now.
yeah.
Bring it back home to the female
So
superheroes.
so the female superheroes. So when we talk about female superheroes, well, he said female. They said female superheroes, right?
Yeah.
Well, when you think about the super versus, we're not talking about villains. We're talking about female
Yeah,
superheroes,
superhero movies. Like
right?
making
Superhero
them being
movies.
bankable.
It's not gonna, like, you got what, the Marvels. You got Captain Marvel. They tried that, but it's like, bro, how many Catwomen's have there been? Holly Berry, like, is it gonna like
Halle
now?
Berry don't count to me
Now watch
anyway.
this. Here's the thing: is in X Men, is Phoenix, Dark Phoenix, is she a superhero
Marvel Girl,
or
aka Jean Grey, is a superhero, but
okay?
Phoenix possessing Jean Grey, that's another story. We don't know if she's a hero or villain, but she's more seen as a villain because when the time the Phoenix Force is mentioned, it's always on demon timing for the most part. Although you have at times characters who have been possessed by the Phoenix Force and they have been able to do some good. For example, you have Wolverine, you have Ghost Rider, you have what's it? You have Cyclops, and so
Yeah,
forth. But
the
these people,
the
What
Phoenix
about
Force
this?
is always the
What about
Phoenix
a
Force is
what about a Jubilee movie?
a Jubilee movie could work. But the thing is, I don't know if many people, as much as Jubilee is a fan favorite for some, she hasn't really gotten the respect that she deserves. So the same,
That's the
this ties
point.
back into the same thing that I Am God was saying the last time. This goes back into, hey, does she have street cred anymore? Because for the most part, like J Cole's last album, she has fallen off. You feel me? So not many people, they did a show her like, oh, there's Jubilee, oh, cute, she cute. We move on now to something else. The matter of fact, the first X-Men movie, that bond that you saw between Wolverine and Rogue, that story in the comics is between Wolverine and Jubilee, not Rogue. So her moment gets taken from her and no one knows about it. So for the most part, you don't know what Jubilee's deal is. You don't know what to write for her, especially since for the most part she is kind of forgotten in modern media.
I think okay, hold on. The reason why I said that is because she's young. She could probably identify with Gen Z,
True.
and there's really not enough information where people will be they're not going to really feel any type of way about it. So
So
really,
blank canvas again.
it's like a blank canvas.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like a
But now
blank
the question
canvas.
is, now becomes, why are the studios not willing to take a chance on characters like Jubilee, and not wanting to give real shots to characters like Batgirl or
Because
whatever
of
other
Ironheart. Because
or
of
whatever
Iron
other
Heart,
female superheroes out there.
Ironheart, that flopped. Alkalite, that flopped.
because a lot of people don't care about like female superheroes.
And this is gonna play a part into this part of our conversation is gonna play a part into next week as well. Because hey, what does this mean for female superheroes overall? We already know how difficult it is for females to have their own superheroes superhero movies within the comic book genre. So much so that for the longest while it was this running gag within the fandom that Black Widow is not going to be able to get her own movie. And then by the time she got her own movie, it was ass because they don't know how to write for
You
female
didn't like the
superheroes.
You didn't like Black Widow.
Dude, what was the point of her story?
It showed the origin of how she became like a
She's
fighter, and
trapped.
you know how she grew up.
Yes, but
She's
you know what
trapped.
would have
Yeah.
been a better story than the one that they gave us? I've said this before, but you know what would have been a better story to tell?
What?
What the hell happened in Budapest? Because, and why do I say that? Because every single time they're always referencing something that happened in Budapest. Every single time. And we never know what is this inside joke or this inside reference about Budapest. And a movie, a body cop movie with Scarlett Johansson and Clint Barton together on screen through the whole time. Like spend a considerable amount of time in Budapest to show what was going on. That would have been more appealing to the fans. They'll be like, yes, finally we get some closure, and this makes more sense. Instead, we get something that disrespects the Taskmaster. We get something that it was very unrealistic to Black Widow. Like, there's no way that you, with no powers, you're moving like you're Batman out here or something. And the CGI was abysmal, to say the least, and so forth and so forth.
You talk about an Ant Man Taskmaster.
No, I'm not. We're speaking about female superheroes. We're
Oh,
speaking
okay,
of, so
gotcha.
I reference Black Widow.
Okay,
Also,
gotcha.
on the topic of a body cop movie between Black Widow and Hawkeye with Clint Barton, you know who would have been also dope to put in that movie if they had gone that route? Melinda May from Agents of Shield. Why? Because that's supposed to be a part of the MCU. Matter of fact, Agents of Shield, Brand gave us is the reason why we have the animated movie, not the animated, the MCU as we know it today. After we got Avengers and whatnot, and Phil Coulson died, and they say no, we're gonna bring Phil Coulson back on in the show, and let him have his own show. Then you got Agent Carter, and then you got Hellstrom, and then all these other stuff start rolling out. Then people start saying, you know what, we should actually have a TV side to this MCU stuff. Then we started getting one shots and so forth and so forth. Why? Because of Agents of Shield. They saw that Agents of Shield was a success and like not want to replicate this success. And a massive part of that success was Agent Melinda May from Agents of Shield, played by the original Mulan. Shout out. You feel me? She on that show, she's known as the Cavalry. That's her nickname, the Cavalry. Everyone wonders why the hell do they call it the Cavalry? They could have given her a moment on in that show, in that movie, with Hawkeye and Black Widow to say, you know what, this it makes sense why she's called the Cavalry. This is why. And the reason why that idea pops off in my head is because I'm thinking about the Triple X movie with Vin Diesel. And in that, we already got the first Triple X movie with Vin Diesel playing his character Xander Cage, and then we got the second movie with Ice Cube playing Dario Stone, right? But then by the third time, when you see Vin Diesel years later come back in Triple X Part 3 or the Return of Xander Cage, taking back up the role of Triple X, who do you see cameo in that movie to help out the first Triple X? Dario Stone, Ice Cube. You saw him come back, like he's not forgotten. He's still important. You still see same family dynamic. Show love to the other side. Let them see. Let the fans see. Hey, we have love for our female superheroes out here. We don't think that because. Agents of Shield is just off in the own little corner doing whatever the hell that they're doing. That we don't respect. That yo, we stepped on their shoulders to get to where we are now for the most part. So we're gonna bring her over to say, hey, you the same way that we give Phil Coulson a cameo in stuff that we got going on with with Captain Marvel and whatnot. The same way we're gonna give some love to Melinda May. To say, you know what, bring you over in this regard, in this space. We saw the moment that they tried to give us in Endgame where they had all the female superheroes or female powered or super powered women in all of the MCU. They got the moment to pose on the battlefield in Endgame, and we recognize that to be, hey, they're trying to shout out X Force, not X Force, A Force,
As soon
which
as
is
y'all done, I have a question for y'all. As soon as you done,
mhm.
Nas.
Yeah, they're trying to, in that moment they were trying to shout out the A Force, which is a female superhero team in the MCU, right? And that's the most unfortunately that they're gonna be getting for a while. Because for the most part, it doesn't seem like there's enough confidence in the idea of female superheroes getting their standalone anything and being able to have the same positive response from male fans that male fans typically have towards like Captain America or Batman or Superman or Thor or that type of
So hold
stuff.
on. I'm gonna let Jesse ask this question, and then I'm gonna comment, and then I know he was gone. I know Jesse had been gone for a minute, and I know he had a question real quick, but I'm a double back around.
Hmm.
My question to you guys, I was listening on YouTube as well, and Nas, I don't know if you read my text, but either way, I just wanna
I did.
you answered Sanju's
That's what
answer.
that's why we end up here. That's why we're on this
Okay,
tangent because we read that question. I'm responding to
okay,
that question.
and then another person asked, they made evil Superman brown because of Trump voters. That's
Wait,
funny.
word?
That's funny.
Who
So
the hell come up with
and
that
then
theory?
and it Kawasaki
Yo, Kawasaki,
355.
go stumble your baby toe.
And then he said Supergirl trash though. Trash now too. Live action
Mm,
Supergirl, that is. So he's saying live action Supergirl is crazy. But my thing is, well, since y'all talking about women, superhero women, right? My question
mhm.
when it comes to this is that not is that is it does this matter? Because with the Marvels, it was great. It was more so of her becoming a superhero. She's in the army and stuff like that. And at, after she wanted to not let that girl get that get the Tessera. She became with the enormous of superpowers, right? And then that's how her story begun. With Miss Marvel, she was like kind of like mutated in a way where she wanted to show that what's important when it comes to her powers. With uh, Scarlet Witch, Scarlett Johansson, she was Black Widow. She didn't really have superpowers. All she had was her strength and her ability to become a superhero, right? And then and then you have uh who else I can and the Joker's wife.
You're
What's her
talking
name?
punchline? No, the punchline's Joker's daughter.
Harley Quinn.
No, I'm talking about
Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn. Harley
Hmm.
Quinn. When she was, you know, the whole time she was a doctor trying to save people's psyche. Instead, she met with Joker. It was the end for her. And then after and then
Yeah,
after
she
and
a
then
villain
after
now.
that and then after that she became good again. So my thing is that with Supergirl, with with women in general, with women live action superhero shows or films is for people to for audience to catch attention. It has to be uh, a reasoning behind it when you're storytelling. If it's if the storytelling is all wishy washy, people is not gonna like certain villains of a
Mhm.
woman character and certain uh, hero characters. Because yeah, we can talk about Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts was a great show because of the storytelling involved into uh, Thunderbolts. Not because it was just funny, not because of that. Yeah, those had key elements to it, but we're looking at it from those main characteristics. Like when it comes to
I,
uh, uh, every individual of women characters. I hope that makes sense.
honestly, bro, honestly, Jesse, bro, I want to see a Storm, like go to Africa, make a live action Storm movie with Storm, and
True.
have it in Africa, right? And just deep dive into her powers, how she came about. Like she's a village, she was a like an origin story, like
And
something
she's
that's
revered
different.
as a goddess in her country.
Yeah,
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 but
like
they're
an
not
origin.
gonna.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
might
but they're not
slide.
gonna make no money off of that.
You don't think so?
Just don't
Nah,
show her cheating on Black Panther with different men, and you'll be
nah.
fine.
I think no. Like in all realism, I think any superhero, female superheroes that you talk about, they're only gonna go so far. Like I don't see them going high. Like even Wonder Woman. You feel me? Wonder Woman is supposed to be like the main for DC, and you see that she don't really have anything. So it's like I just think that I mean a lot of people just I guess overshadow female superheroes, but I mean you got Supergirl, she's just as strong as Superman. Well, actually, she's stronger than Superman, and look where what pedestal they put her on, and fucking Wonder Woman's supposed to be just as strong as Superman too. Look what pedestal they put her on, and Captain Marvel, Storm, even
so
like
Sky,
Jean Grey.
you went watch a Storm movie?
I mean, I would love to watch a Storm movie. Like, I would like to see that version of Storm. Like, I would like to see like Jean Grey or a Rogue movie or like what I mean somebody just like different.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
but it's like
I
they're
like
not
to
they're
see
not
a
gonna
Bishop
profit off
movie.
of it though. It's like they're not gonna profit as
I like to
much.
see a Bishop movie fighting like Luke Cage or something. Like Bishop fights Luke Cage. Bishop goes back in time or whatever. He's time traveling. He
You
runs into
want
Luke
black and black
Cage,
violence automatically.
and they
They're
go
supposed to
into
be heroes. Why you want them to be
no.
squabbling?
I'm saying like they got like like a misunderstanding, and so
Uh
Bishop fights Luke Cage,
huh.
and then boom, and then they partner up together, and then he like, yo nigga, I'll see you in the future or something. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, like you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to think
Yeah,
outside the
I
box,
get
bro.
what
Like
you're saying, but it just
Same
so
here.
crazy right out the
Same
gate.
here.
That's what you want, you know?
Bishop runs into Luke Cage, bro, and Luke Cage thinks that he's a threat, and he misunderstands Bishop, and then they get into it, and then he realizes that Bishop is actually like trying to save the city, like he on a mission. That's what X Men season 2 gonna be about. Is Bishop, I think, in like Cable or something in Apocalypse, and they all gotta try to go
I
back,
can
like
get with
yeah,
that, but
bro.
it just the idea it outright just sound crazy until I give it thought. So that's on me. You should have seen what you're doing,
I'm just
but yeah,
saying, bro, like.
I get it.
Hey, they got the What If series. That What If series was popular. Like, what if this happened, or what if this person was this person, or what if this person was bad, or this person was,
But what
you
was
know what I'm
the,
saying?
ultimately speaking? What was the point of the What If series?
I thought it
They
was just
changed Captain America
what was it?
The
into
point of
the
the What If series was favoritism towards Captain Carter.
it was what if it was just what ifs.
Well, yeah, Captain Carter would. Yeah, I would say that too because every bit of the story of What If had Captain Carter in it,
And mind you, she was in it. She was in
and
also
that was a good show.
Doctor Strange.
Yep,
Not
that
saying it
too.
wasn't good. I'm saying what was the point there?
Well, the point, yeah, that's the good. The point with that,
But that's what I'm
by you
saying.
bringing
It's just
that
they
up,
just wanted to do it.
is that for me, it kind of kind of answers the question, and it at the same time where um with superhero shows, certain characteristics matter. Like like for example, Captain Fantastic Four. The most important person in the movie was his wife, and the story delivered right with Fantastic Four. Without her,
Yeah,
without
but
her,
the thing is, without them, it would not have been as successful with her by herself.
that's true. But the
Yeah, she
but
typically works well within a family dynamic. So yeah, I get your point.
you get because like with Captain Carter, it fit into what if, right? Because the story, the delivery, the dynamics fit. Now with certain shows that we've seen, certain key elements did not fit to the audience. Like people can say that it's not in the top worst hits. They would say Madam Web before they say anything that's been happening with DC lately. They would say Madam Web, Craven Hunter was way worse to watch than any other DCs that's been happening lately. You notice that, right?
Shit
They,
was bad.
that's the worst of the worst, but they'll never put it at the uh weakest or not enjoyable to watch when it comes to women shows, right? Especially going on tangent with women shows. Why there's no Wonder Woman animated? Like that's another story behind it.
True, very true. Why are we not
I think
Yeah,
exploring her lore? Because
like
there's
I
we
no
only
think
money
know
I
behind
Wonder
it.
think
Woman
we
I think
accidentally
I
and
think
miss
maybe
Sky
the
Cheetah.
already
real
answered. I
truth
think
about
Sky
that.
answered the question.
There's no
Well,
money behind
Sky answered the question. He said, "No one cares.
mm,
it. Facts.
No one cares."
And that's
Sky
unfortunate. That's
answered.
the
He said that
unfortunate
like five
truth.
times. He
That's the
said, "No
unfortunate
one
truth.
cares. No one cares, bro." Like thing is supposed to be targeted towards men, like in their 20s and 30s. Like that's the superhero target audience, not women.
Yo,
but
you know what I
Wonder
love
Woman is
seeing
one
when
piece
when
of
I
that
see
puzzle,
Comic
though.
Con. When I see Comic Con, I see women have on their Raven outfits and the Wonder Woman outfits, or or the Mira, or they have on Starfire, or they have on Hot Girl or Jessica Cruz. I love seeing that. The point is there is a space for the female audience to enjoy Marvel and DC. But what is being done for that space? It's one thing, right? When they get the opportunity, like, fine, we'll throw you a bone, we'll give you a female superhero movie or TV show or whatnot, and then they go so hungry and overboard with it that the product becomes out poor because they now try to put all these ideologies in there that gets in the way of the story and in getting in the way of me caring about the character and wanting to see the character succeed. It's another thing where they're not even being given a shot. So it's a catch 22. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you do, they might go overboard and they will miss the point of what makes the character enjoyable to begin with. And if you don't, you're depriving the women of that media. So like, what do you do at that point? You can't please them.
Yeah.
You can't go
I
against
think
them. You're stuck, and
I
that
Yes,
think a
we
sucks.
big
wait.
Bars.
Yes, we can.
yeah.
We are the majority of this audience. Just because we're fans and also
No, I'm
critiquing.
talking about from the executive standpoint, from their standpoint. For
Oh,
example, Wonder Woman
from
movie,
a business
right?
standpoint. Okay, I get what you're
Yes,
saying.
we saw the Wonder Woman movie, the first one, and
Hmm.
that movie was dope until the last act. The last act was wonky, but we didn't pay attention to
They
it because
brung
the
they brung
first
they
two
brung
acts
the
were so
guy.
dope.
They brung the guy. That's what messed it up.
Okay, go let me talk. The first parts were so great that by the time the third act came around and it was wonky, It was noticeably wonky, but you were able to not pay attention to it because the first part was so great. The second movie came around. What the hell? Miss
Yeah.
Jenkins, whatever her name is, she got the leeway to do whatever she wants. And what the hell did we get? That was garbage. That was hot garbage.
No,
The
Wait,
no. I
second
think, I
movie,
think, I think.
with the second
Go,
one,
go ahead.
they brung the cheetah, right? They brung the cheetah.
yes,
What was so
yes,
important about her?
they messed up they messed up the story of why Cheetah is the way that she is, of what the Dreamstone is, of what Maxwell Lord's character is, and so many different things.
Well, that's funny
Mm,
because I'm looking at the original, the Wonder Woman film from 2017. I think that's the first one you was talking about, right?
Yes.
yeah.
That shit made 823 million, and the budget was
Damn.
149 million.
Yo, when people
So
saw
that's,
that movie, they felt hope for DC. They felt hope, like, and pride. Like, yes, I'm so happy to be a DC fan.
you
DC
know
is
what?
back. If we can make female superheroes look good, and we can make Wonder Woman the standard of what a female superhero movie should be, yo, it's up. We are doing it. And then we
Yeah.
get see
So
when
I
we
guess
get
I
part two,
was
we're like, what the
wrong.
hell's going on here?
I guess I was horribly wrong about that because they tripled their money, they quadrupled their money off of that. So I guess I was wrong.
Yeah, man. And the thing is, right? Let's say that a female superhero, like the movie, is very dope, but the fan base is just lacking. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that is the case, right? Eventually, according to what Galen was saying, was it last week about something being a cult classic? For some reason, eventually word of mouth is gonna get out there. People gonna catch on, like, yo, maybe we missed out on this great opportunity back when it came out. Let's go see what's going on over here. Yo, this is dope. Yo, dude, why you missed out on this? I can't believe that we were so stupid to not be paying attention to this. And eventually that movie will be making its money. You feel me? It won't happen right away, but because again, let's say for the sake of argument, the perception that female superhero movies aren't so great, so it won't be making that. But by the
Does
time when
does
people
does
actually see
does
it,
the girl superheroes needs a story like Superman or Batman? Like
no,
when it comes to Superman and Batman, the characteristics is like hope, right? You got hope in there. You got that when it comes to Batman, he had to suffer to get where he at. But one the,
those can be great additions.
with the suit with the girl that with the girls is like you're not getting those elements. It seems like the audience is like, yo, she's not showing deserving enough why she deserved these powers, or why should I
You know
care
what?
That
about her?
that right
Let me
there,
just say
that
this.
what you said
Hold on,
there,
hold on, hold
Jesse,
on.
is a good point.
No, no, hold on. Let me just say this real quick because I think the disconnect is that girl superheroes or whatever you want to call them is so unbelievable from real life. Like it's like you see a woman beating up grown men with semi-automatic weapons and machine guns, and she's just going through with her fist and
We
just
got
throwing.
enough of them in the army. What you talking about?
It's just no. I'm
No,
just
that's
saying
not the
like
point, Jesse. That's not the point.
I know,
it's
but
just.
I just want to collide with you.
I'm just saying, bro. It's like it's so unrealistic. Like it's so unbelievable from real life. Like, yeah, okay, this woman just went in there.
I get it.
Like it just
Well,
thrown
listen,
behind six
if
foot
you look
seven
back
guys.
Mhm.
in all realism, if you look back into history, it's been a lot of great women, but it's just they don't get as much credit as they supposed to. That's why having superhero women with the same powers as the people that we look up to is just it don't click to a lot of people. It's just like it's profitable, but it's like
And
I
then
don't
when they
know.
get the credit, they don't get credited properly. For example,
Exactly.
the Olivia, I forgot the name of the woman, the one who plays Amanda Waller, right? She is
Oh,
in this movie called Warrior King. She
yeah,
stars in a
she did
movie
that
as the
dope.
Warrior King, right?
Viola
But do you
Davis.
know that that movie was pure lies? She wasn't no Warrior King per se. She was the one that was selling out her people into slavery in real life. When the girl who plays
Yeah, it showed that.
Okoye,
It showed that a
yeah.
little bit.
N- n- okay, I'm gonna try again. So the person who plays Okoye in Black Panther, right? While the move was being done, she did this document. She was doing this documentary about. She wanted to do a documentary about the actual warrior king. So she went to go into the villages and talk to the people who would have known something about this warrior king and would have known the history behind it. And she thinking that she's doing this great thing, and the atrocities that she learned that was being really done by this quote unquote warrior king that was supposed to be this great epitome of feminism and female empowerment in Africa. She broke down and cried in that documentary, and she said, "You know what? I'm not gonna be in this movie because the movie was all lies." See, if you
Mm.
feel me? So this what
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about. You have moments where you say, okay, I want to showcase strong feminism and strong female empowerment, and then they overdo it and they misrepresent what made us care about these people's stories anyways, or there's a lot of embellishment and a lot of it's like trying to polish up or try to change, like frame the narrative like, oh, I'm not the problem, you guys are the problem. You just can't handle the truth. You can handle a
That's
strong,
the agenda.
independent woman like me.
Well, female empowerment is a form of an agenda, so it's understandable.
That's what happened with Ironheart. Like the whole agenda and all that.
Nah, the
That's what
Ironheart,
Ironheart
it
It made
was
her like it
delivery.
made her look like she was
The
complete
Ironheart, I didn't have a problem with
criminal.
Ironheart. It's just the way they went about it. Like you did all of that just to become that. Come on. Well,
And then sell your soul to the
it's
devil.
like
They have
it's like
a
you don't
black
have no
girl selling her
principles.
soul to the devil.
It's like you
And
don't
by the
have no
way, Jesse,
principles. Like
And that's how I
you
feel.
and Galen are saying the same thing just now. Don't know if you realize that.
what?
You're
What's
saying
up?
it's a delivery. You're saying it's delivery. He's saying that it's what he was. You guys are saying the same thing.
Okay,
You're just talking about this. You're just saying the same thing, but from two different perspectives.
okay. Word, cause like with the audience, this is what they're looking like. Like when it comes to watching Superman, Superman has a characteristics of hope, of yeah, I'm a man, yeah, sure, but this is how I'm dealing as Clark Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is how I'm dealing as Clark Kent. This is what I gotta go through when I'm putting on that suit and tie and go face uh the electorate telling me my writing ain't good enough, or be fighting with Lois Lane about what I said. Like, so
But at the
what?
same time, in that regard, Clark Kent has Pulitzers under his belt. It's not just Lois Lane isn't the only accomplished writer in the Daily Planet. Superman, sorry, Clark Kent has lots of Pulitzers under his belt too. He's also established famous writer. It just so happened that Lois Lane is the most famous writer. So when it comes down to journalism, everyone thinks that she's the only one who can get it done. But Clark Kent ought to be having some dope ass bylines too.
Great, but the thing is, I'm going with it with
She's
characteristics.
only
I'm not
the
going
thing
with
is she's
how
only
much she has
irrelevant because of
done.
Superman. If Superman Clark Kent wasn't there, she wouldn't be irrelevant because he's chasing her. Like that's the
True,
person that he likes. So that's the
to
only reason
some
she's
degree.
relevant. Just like Spider Man, just like Mary Jane is the only reason. Spider Man is the only reason she's irrelevant. Like
Very true.
Mm,
But that is from our perspective. But from the in the perspective of the DC world itself, is true and false at the same time. Meaning it's 50-50. Meaning
mm,
Lois Lane is always a go-getter. She's willing to risk her life if it means to get to the story. But because now she knows the Superman, because she knows Superman is in her corner, she's willing to risk her life even more. Because she's like, yo, yeah, I know that I could possibly die, but I got this button. I press it. Superman is gonna be right here. So you know what that
exactly.
means? I'm gonna go chase after the story even more. I'm gonna be more riskier. I'm gonna go after the craziest stories that no one wants to. Why? Because I know that I got Superman in my corner. Talk about faith, my guy. So
That's
yeah,
a
she
good
is
point.
who she is. She is a go-getter. She is a no nonsense that dyslexic person who is always chasing after the story. She can't spell. She don't know how many S's is in a word, but she knows how to get that story out of somebody. She knows what buttons to push, what question to ask, and so on like that. She's like that when it comes down to getting the story. She don't care. She will destroy
And that was
families if it
kind
means
of like the
getting to the
theme. That was
story.
kind of like the theme of that. That was kind of like that theme of My Adventures with
Exactly.
Superman, the little cartoon joint. Yeah, she was doing all kinds of crazy stuff, bro, like and putting herself in danger.
And because she's around Superman, it just
And
makes her more and more bold. She's allowed to be more of herself. because she knows she has a safety net to fall on, and his name is da Superman. Really?
Man, it's just
That's
like telling Peter
that's how
Parker to
she
come back
gonna
with
have
pictures of Spider
female
Man.
empowerment. Like she's literally controlling Superman to do whatever she needs to do for herself.
True. True.
So
Agreed.
so
But it's more, but it's see, that's more, but see, it's more subtle. It's more subtle with that though, like with Lois Lane and Clark Kent. That's more subtle. But like when it's overhanded and like heavy handed, bro, like and it has agendas, and you got to throw this type of person in there in the story, and you got to have this type of message to the kids, and you got to have this type of like that's when it starts being kind of out of control.
Yeah, I get what y'all saying. But I still have some lack of understanding to come up with a conclusion. Like when it comes to itself, like the storytelling. When it comes to the storytelling with women, it's like, yeah, a writer woman can do it, but it seems like a writer woman can't get it right, or maybe
Wait,
sometimes
say
a
that again?
man, like when it comes to the characteristics that we're looking for, when
Mm,
it comes to women, in the comics, with it whether it's DC or whether it's Marvel, right?
yeah.
Because like Marvel hitting great, but not as great, because I can go with different women that I've noticed. Some of them went great because of these certain characteristics. When it came to the recent ones from DC, it seems like it's not just storytelling or delivery, it's also Madam Web was a great animation series of who Madam Web was.
Animation
From
series?
yeah, she was in I think Superman, I mean Spider Man something. She was there in the animated version. I just don't remember
You're talking
which.
about Into the Spider Verse?
No,
Or you're
I'm
talking
talking
about
about,
back in the day?
yeah, back in the day. Yeah, yeah,
Make
yeah,
it clear what you're talking about, man.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Back in the day. Back in the day. I'm not talking about
Like the
recent.
90s Spider Man you're talking about.
Yeah, around those times. Yeah, the, that right. That
it's
storytelling was good. Right. Everybody loved that
yeah, that was
version.
the
I
greatest.
would
That's
say.
the second
Talking about
greatest.
we talking
What's the
about
term?
Spider Man the animated series.
Yes, that was the second
Yes.
greatest
Yeah, that was
animated
dope.
series ever made.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
dope.
but they delivered it right with even Madam Web in it. Right when the live action showed up, it seems like, okay, Madam Web exists. All audience is supposed to like this, but the delivery didn't hit it right. Can we say that these studios are picking the wrong director, or does it,
The
or
wrong
these,
character.
or that we can add, or does the characters that we would want to see, like Sky pointed out, does it really matter? Like, is the audience is gonna like these characters, even though we like certain characters, like you said, Storm. You know what I mean? Storm maybe would not hit because audience may not like Storm, or Jubilee. Jubilee may not hit of the way we would want them to portray it, but they'll
Yeah, I mean, they
try it
did
out.
Catwoman. You see how
They'll
Catwoman
try it
turned out.
out.
They
What
did
happened now?
Catwoman like twice. So they did Catwoman, and so you see how Catwoman turned out. They did that like what, twice already?
And there's a
Did
Catwoman animated movie out that was done with
had
Liz
Holly? They had
Gillies
Holly Berry. Didn't
from
they have Holly Berry
Victorious.
too?
No, that I'm talking about which one they did in recent history, not the Halle Berry version. And I don't count Halle Berry because that was Patient Phillips, not Selena Kyle. So I don't count it. Granted,
Okay.
Huh.
that movie is a part of
Interesting.
the reason why female superheroes aren't taken seriously, but I don't count it when I talk about DC
All
stuff.
right. So what about Elektra?
Mm.
Elektra.
Ooh,
So there we
Electra.
go.
Garbage.
There we go. And people
Ooh.
hated that Electra movie.
Garbage.
So that's
Hey,
the
but what
thing.
about Black Cat though? What? Hold on. But go ahead, man. Because I was gonna say Black Cat. Wasn't she in Spider Man? Black Cat.
But did she have her
The
own movie?
no, no, no. I'm just saying she was yeah, she was in the Spider Man animated series too.
And she was
Okay.
So I
also in Spider Noir as Cat
Yeah.
Hardy.
You see how she was.
Yeah,
in Spider Man.
everybody
Wait,
hated
man.
her.
But all right, man. All
Still
right,
Yeah,
man.
portraying.
see,
Y'all reaching, boy.
nah,
Y'all reaching,
ain't
boy.
no about reaching. It's more about storytelling.
Like
It's more
think
about
these
storytelling
are
and
people that we
delivery.
seen in live action. Like these are characters that they gave us in cinematic form. Like and it didn't go too well. Like it didn't go too well.
Nah, I
Yeah,
think Black Cat. That would be a dope. That might be dope versus Madam Web. Versus Madam Web. That Madam Web
No,
joint. I didn't even.
agree.
See, I didn't. I couldn't
I
even.
agree.
You know what I'm saying? That wasn't my cup of
I
tea,
rather
man.
Spider Gwen than all of them.
Yeah,
Like
Spider Gwen. Yep,
I
there you
rather
go.
Spider Gwen than any of them. Like
Now that was a missed opportunity. Then what
yeah.
about Spider Gwen? But
Gwen Stacy was a
yeah,
opportunity. Gwen Stacy, yo, Gwen Stacy, bro.
I think once his next Spider Verse
with
come out,
spider powers is fire. Like she's supposed to have her own shit, but like I said, it's just like like having Miles live action. You're not gonna get that yet. You're not gonna get neither one of them two yet.
Mm.
Anad Morales, they call me the Prowler.
So,
Yeah, that part.
Galen, I'm coming at you from a business standpoint, right? From a business standpoint, why we getting a missed opportunity of what maybe audience would like, but it seems like when it comes to making money, because like Nerds was talking about, oh, they expect to hit $1 billion. Like he's not looking at it like, oh, 6 7 or 7 6 7 8.
But he was
He's
right
talking.
though.
I'm not saying he's not right, but I'm adding to the statement because Galen's from a his characteristics is from business, so he knows more about the business
Yeah.
perspective than any of us. So
So
I can't knock that perspective. I got to look at it from what's absolute.
all right, so when you think about IP, right, you're gonna
Hmm.
think about Sony. So this whole thing with Sony not being able to work with like, and you can't use these like Venom. Venom was a missed opportunity because it was wrapped up in Sony. So now you can't bring Spider-Man in it. So now it's a lot of people handcuffed, bro. They got their hands tied behind their
Yep.
backs because the
True.
whole the whole Sony. Yeah, you got
Talk
Morbius.
about
Especially
it.
girls too. Especially girls too.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some IPs that just are jammed up. So if you want to talk about girls, you got to factor in the legal ramifications too, as well, because that's what we've been all talking about is you can't legally have a live action Batman when we had Adam West back in the day. So now all of a sudden, no matter what the people want, forget it. Because of whatever legally took place, we cannot have a live action Batman show because even though we had a popular one back in the day, like Adam West, Robin, the Joker, Catwoman, like, yeah, forget all of that. That was a popular show. Everybody loved that show. Every week they would tune in. Well, we can't get that anymore for whatever legal reason. So when we go back to legalities, we got to think about, okay, what can we do within the legal realm? And honestly, bro, like, I think it's because you could blame it on COVID. You could blame it on you could say She-Hulk. She-Hulk. There's no expectations. The expectations are so low. How could you fail at something when the expectations are so low? All you have to do to go from zero is to go to one. But no, no, no. They go to negative zero. They don't go up. They go into the negative, bro. How is it when the expectations are so low? All you have to do is just get to like a one or a two, and you good. No, 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 no. They go from zero to -8 to -5 to -3, and they go down. So we're like, how did they drop the ball? It's because you got to understand the producers, everybody that's putting bread, they just want a cash grab, just like Transformers. The first Transformer movie, great. Oh man, we love Transformers. They came out with all these other Transformers movies, just cash grabbing off the name. The story didn't have to be good. You know, you see what I'm saying? So it's really kind of a complicated question. But at the end of the day, bro, I just think it's about cash grab. It's about being able to use the IP, get as much money as you
But they're not
can.
using the
They care.
IPs correctly though, because we're getting we're I don't know if you
That's the problem.
I don't know if Nas told you what we're getting in 2 years tops. We're getting
Yeah, I
absolute.
read it out. Thank you.
Okay, okay. I just want to make
I
sure that
read it
he's
out.
aware, like cause why these specific shows instead of what's important. I'm not sure. Comment down below, guys. Comment down below because this is a good question. What you guys want to see live action or animated series as a solo project? Because they're doing solo projects, right? In the panelist is like about to happen with Absolute Batman, Nightfall, and other Batman projects. But we're not seeing Wonder Woman for a specific reason, right? And then we still got Superman coming up, and then there's other animation slates. Is Starfire is gonna hit the nail in the coffin? Is it gonna be a great show or not? No, I mean, superpowers. Is those gonna be good? Like I'm looking at it from those angles too.
See,
Like
here's the
just
thing. A lot of times, the shows that do well are the shows we didn't know we needed. Like Luke Cage.
yeah.
Luke Cage was a surprise hit. Came out of nowhere. We didn't know. Nobody was looking for Luke Cage. When they came out
Nobody
with
was
Luke
looking for a
Cage,
Punisher either.
And it came at the right time during the Black Lives Matter movement. It came at the right time there too.
mm,
Mm.
so
Jordan
timing.
Coker put that movie in it. The timing was just perfect. It's just unfortunate that it fell off after season two, which was hella racist. The season itself was hella racist. Not that it got cancelled.
No, I should have had a season three.
And it
Yeah,
was
but they
racist
did.
again. Yeah, man.
They did defend. They did
And
like
they're
what
trying to
Defenders or
do a
something.
resurgence. What was that again?
Defenders or something like that. They came out with Defenders. Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
what was it?
They came up with
Yeah,
That
yeah.
one
Defenders,
was
which was
dope
supposed to be
too.
the culmination of all that we
Instead
have
of
been seeing.
instead of Luke Cage season three, they came out with Defenders. Yeah,
Yep.
Mm.
it was a miscalculation. But yeah,
And I
so a
mean,
lot of times, yeah,
Iron Fist got its redemption in season two, so to speak. Luke Cage could have benefited from a season three as a redemption for the garbage that was season two.
you didn't like season.
I just said it was racist against me, Jamaican.
I got you. Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. I
that
got you. But a lot of the things that's things we didn't know we needed, like Captain America, First Avenger or Winter Soldier. We didn't know we needed a Captain America movie until we saw it, and we were like, "Yo, this is crazy. This is dope."
Hmm.
okay.
Choreography, the fighting, everything. See, that's what the fans want. They don't care if they know the character or not. Is it a good story? Does it check all the boxes? Does it check all the boxes?
There we
Is
go.
it a grounded story? Is it believable? Is it a is the character likable? Different aspects make a story great. Now we can't even imagine there not being a Captain America movie. We can't imagine not having Iron Man 1. Came out of nowhere, Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man. We're like, what? Okay, all right, we'll give it a shot. Turns out to be he's an arms dealer, and he's building weapons. He gets captured. That's a story. He's a billionaire, and now he has to fight his way out of. He has to build something in the cave, a machine like a machine in a cave, and try to fight his way out of being captured, bro. That's a crazy story, bro. A billionaire arms dealer gets captured by the enemy, and now he has to fight his way out
With his own weapons. Don't forget,
with
with
his
his own
own
weapons. So now
weapons.
he's forced to face, yo, I'm the problem. I need to fix it. I need to do something about this. I am the one destroying the world. Do
You
I
see,
want to?
so now,
Do I want to
so
still
now you
be a?
got
Do I
Iron
want to
Man.
still profiteer off that, or do I want to change and make a difference?
So watch this. Based on that story, that number one. Now we got Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, we got Civil War, we got Infinity War. Now that creates this unit. Like, I don't think that will ever have that big of a rollout for Avengers and everybody to build up all these different movies to lead to the Avengers. I don't think we'll ever have that again. And if we do, it's not going to be soon, because the way they built out the Avengers from Iron Man and Hulk and all these different, Thor, and everybody had their own movies. And then finally, when the Avengers comes out, bro, that movie was sold out. You couldn't even, your grandmama couldn't go see that movie, bro, when it came out.
Because it was the
Nobody was,
first time there's ever seen anything like that to that time.
nobody was,
None
nobody
was
could,
expecting
man,
that. This like a crossover, a massive crossover universe,
what, the
essentially.
Avengers?
That's how they
The
saw it. They
Avengers?
saw that
Are
as
you
as
crazy?
huge.
Are you crazy? Hey, can I get the 3 o'clock? No, that's sold out,
They
sir.
didn't even think
Can I
that it
get the
could,
four?
could
No,
have been
no,
done.
sir. No, no,
They didn't even think it could have been done to
sir.
that time.
But how many movies did they come out with leading up to the Avengers movie?
Let me
Right.
see. Let me
So
see.
that was the
Hulk,
brilliance. That was the brilliance of it.
Iron Man, Captain America,
Thor.
Iron no, one Thor movie, two Iron Man movies, a Hulk movie, Captain America movie, then Avengers.
Yeah. So that's a lot of movie. And then on top of that, bro, think about it. Like, this is like the biggest event, bro. Like, to set everything off, bro. Like the people are so heavily invested, to where that Marvel was so brilliant in making it into like a story, like where they're leading up to everybody coming together. They had their own movies to build that character, and so now all we got to get to is the action. When we get to Avengers, it's all about the action. We don't care. Everybody already knows who it. All the audience knows who everybody is. So we don't even care no more. We just want to get to the, hey, what's up, Loki, Thor? It's up. And so that's what makes it work. Will that happen again? Probably not soon, if ever again. That was like a capturing lightning in the bottle.
I hear you on that one. Like
Just
Yeah,
like
so
the
I'm not going.
it
Yeah, I'm not going to keep going back
Doomsday
to
gonna
it.
be like that.
it makes perfect
Yeah.
sense. What are you saying, Nas?
No, I said
No,
Doomsday gonna be
I
like
didn't say
that.
anything.
Or Secret Wars, when they do Secret Wars, it's gonna be like either be like this or something impactful is about to start happening. So you're gonna have that, but you're just not gonna have the original Avengers. But I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing like X-Men and fucking and Fantastic Four and everybody get together. I mean, that's not the Avengers, but you're gonna get a major crossover soon.
I think that everybody's saying you got to go back and watch Loki before you watch Doomsday. For some reason, they're saying, hey,
Because
you
Loki was
gotta
good,
go and watch
bro.
Loki. The season Loki was a decent. That was a decent series. That's another series that was kind of underrated. That was a decent series.
I don't think that was overrated. I mean, underrated because a lot of people loved it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
that
Because
shit got
Yeah,
I
hype,
thought
because
that.
bro.
the
That
Yeah.
shit.
because of the delivery and the
It wasn't
storytelling
even
was
just the
great.
delivery. It was because it was Loki. Like it didn't fuck the delivery. It's just
Not
because
but
everybody got
he
to
was
see
a
Loki
side
for who he
character.
was.
He was a side character villain that
He is,
people
but he's a
grew up.
favorited. But he's
No,
favorited. Yes, he
no,
is.
Thank,
Loki is
it
one
was
of the
no
thank you,
favorited.
side.
thank you, thank you. What are you saying,
He
Nas?
was no
He.
side.
I wouldn't say he was a side character. He was a star of Avengers, the movie. Like, he was Thor's
Exactly.
brother. But what I'm saying is, by
He was a
underrated,
side
is that
character.
the what I'm saying is that the show Loki was better than it should have been, or it could have been a
Ooh,
lot worse. So
that's that.
however you want
That's
to
a good
word
one.
it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the
I
show
get
was a
you.
lot better than it should have been, and it could have been a whole lot worse. I've seen worse. Trust me, I've seen worse. And Loki
Nah,
was
they
decent.
they wasn't gonna fuck up Loki, bro. I'm telling you, they wasn't going to. Because like I said, Loki
Mm,
is very favorited by a lot of people. A lot of people love Loki. So if they would have messed it up, they would have got bad backlash for that shit.
mm,
So
yeah.
Pat, hearing all this, what do you think when it comes to uh Supergirl, women live action or animated? You think what are your thoughts on that? Like, what matters when it comes to a women animated TV show, or if Jay wants to add on to the conversation, raise your hand. I'd like to hear a woman's perspective. If anybody wants to add into their perspective, raise your hand or comment down below.
Also,
Pat, you in the
don't
building?
forget that the Catwoman movie that came out. What year did it come out? Recently, back in 2022. Catwoman Hunted. Don't forget that came out.
Mm.
It's an animated series starring the girl who plays Jade in Victorious, Liz Gillies, and her main op was Cheetah, Wonder Woman's villain.
So
That
yeah.
was actually nice.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, man, I watched that and I was pleasantly surprised by what they delivered.
So with Ant Man, Ant Man in the Wasp, did they deliver, or because
Better than
that girl?
Quantumania.
Okay, but the reason why the reason why I'm saying that is because she's a woman character, right? She was an
Hmm.
add-on. She was an add-on with Ant Man, but she was part of the story since Ant Man one. So that's why I'm like trying to
The
figure out.
bad guy and the bad guy in Ant-Man 2 was a woman too, right? Ant-Man and the Wasp. Wasn't she a bad? Yeah, the
Yeah.
bad
Oh, you're
guy or
talking
woman.
Ghost?
Yeah, the ghost lady. Yeah,
The Ghost
right.
story. Her story was actually dope. I liked her
But was
story.
she
That she
was she
didn't
a
want.
bad?
She
Was she a
she she doesn't want to be a villain, but she's forced into that role. She's forced to do
got you?
things. Yeah, I like that story. And why? It's not to say that she's the feminist and whatnot, but there is a reason behind. There's a method to the madness. There's a reason behind why she is being the way that she is.
Why did people resonate that more? Even though that was a side character woman, and there was a almost all women cast. Ant Man was just there. Yeah, we can say that this actor is known to be funny, and that's why. And then Ti was in it, so it had flavor to it. But when it comes to women, why did it fit? Because it was more than one woman, right? In Ant Man and Ant Man and the Wasp. There was more than one woman in there, especially her
Yeah,
trying to
I
get her
think I
mom,
think Michelle Pfeiffer.
especially getting her mom out the quantum realm. So
Yeah, I think Michelle Pfeiffer added.
how does that
She made some
resonate
things very
to
good.
the audience? Because like when it comes to audience, each movie it doesn't have to be comic books. It's the story. Like every story has to mean something to the audience in order for the audience to say, "Wow, that was a great movie," or "Yeah, sure." We can say, "Oh, that was a flop movie. That didn't hit me well because of such and such and such." But majority of the audience is gonna favor more into like what's more important. You get what I'm saying? Galen and Nas, while I'm keep going back and forth when it comes to women live action superheroes, even if they're a villain or not.
I think one thing too was is that it seems like a woman can't carry a movie as well as if though she was like Fantastic Four. Somebody made the comment about Sue Storm. You know, she was in the movie, she was prominent, but it took the other supporting characters around her to make it fit, to make it work versus a solo movie. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes women fit good into like a group or some type of form. Like when you add the Wasp to Ant Man in part two, and she was nowhere to be found in Ant Man part one. Like it was about establishing Ant Man as the character, him going through his thing, and then now, boom, now we got a Wasp. Now we're adding the woman, just like the same thing they did with He Man. He Man, okay, boom, he's He Man. Now they want to add Shiro or Shira, whoever, you know what I'm saying? So it's
Mm.
like, how does this like? It's like a formula that's unspoken. It's like a checklist. It's like, okay, check, we did this, check, add the woman, check, add the woman's agenda. add the woman's, check, 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 check. It's the same story, just different hats or just different, IPs.
Mm.
It's the same story over and over. Just add a woman.
I never
Now
noticed
that
it
the
that
ma-
way.
Yeah, I've noticed it. You know why I noticed it? Because I've seen it happen over and over. Every time a man has a successful movie, they want to add the woman now. And then let's throw the woman in there. And then now he has to have a woman companion and now a woman. Like, it's
But it
just,
shouldn't be no issue with that though. There shouldn't be no
no,
issue
but
with
I'm
that
just saying,
though.
No, it's
it's
not
the
necessarily that there's an
same.
issue with having females in that space. Is what does it
It's an
come
issue
with
because they don't
when
have
is what does
them
it come
doing it
with
by
when you have
themselves.
them in there?
Exactly.
Mm.
What you says, Sky?
You don't have them by themselves. They're just like being add-ons. Like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? And then they make better add-ons than main characters. For example, you
there you
got Black
go.
Widow. Black Widow's way better in the movies with the Avengers, but she had her own movie, and it was like, eh. Like, what are we doing again? Oh,
It's
just
yeah,
because we
it's like
killed
they're
her off,
better
now
in
we're gonna get our own
other
movie.
people's movies than their own.
Yeah, they do way better.
And meaning that maybe they were
Scarlet
No,
never
Witch
supposed
did
to have
good
their
on
own
her
movies
own.
at all.
But that's the problem, though. That's
No,
what I'm saying.
Madam,
she was better in Avengers than in Iron
no,
Man than she
Scarlet
was in
Witch.
Black Widow. Oh,
I'm talking
Scarlet
about,
Witch.
yeah, she did
Oh,
good on
my
her
bad, my
own.
bad.
Oh well, Scarlet.
Until
I
that ending made no sense on WandaVision.
mean, yeah, WandaVision was kind of like
And
the end of
her
it. Yeah,
story arc in Multiverse of Madness made no sense either.
and wasn't Vision in that with her?
I passed on all of that. I passed on all that stuff, man.
No, she got corrupted.
And that's another
But that's what One Division showed.
that
She got
reinforces.
corrupted. She got corrupted into the book because she didn't know that she was capable of all these powers until that girl showed her that you're capable of all these powers. Then she got corrupted because she wanted her
But
kids
see, but
back.
see,
Facts.
That was the whole
but see, it's the
contentious
same
point of.
story, right? It's no,
Is
it's
the
the same
same
story. It's like
story.
Dark Phoenix. It's the
Mhm.
same story. Dark Phoenix, Wanda versus Dark Phoenix. Like it's the same story. Like she gets added. She's an addition or an add-on, and then we deviate from X Men this to now X Men Dark Phoenix.
Because X-Men Dark Phoenix was about that. Like it revolved around that, but it was just like, you know what I mean, it made it better because you had all these other characters around her. Like that's what I
Right.
mean by like a lot of the movies is like, for
Mm.
example, I mean Supergirl right now is like she they had to add Superman in it to make it, and Crypto to make it, and Lobo to make it better. Like it was just Supergirl. They'd be like, nobody wouldn't like it. Just like She-Hulk, nobody. If you didn't have the Hulk in it, nobody, or Daredevil, nobody wouldn't like it. Or if you had fucking, I mean, it's just certain characters when you don't add on certain people to it, it does not. It doesn't give them. It doesn't give it a good feel. It just doesn't.
Exactly. And that's exactly what I was very fearful of when we saw the
Mm.
addition of Daredevil in She-Hulk, and when we saw the addition of Daredevil in Echo, and when we see the addition of Lobo in Supergirl. Like, are they doing this? Are they doing these things to get more seats? To get like, hey guys, you like Daredevil, right? You like Lobo, right? Well, he's over here. Come on, guys, please. We'll suck your dick. Like, come on. Like
Man, this guy,
desperation,
man.
like desperation, and not. It shouldn't. I shouldn't feel like I'm being forced to do something that I want to enjoy. You get me?
No, bro. No, no. You can be forced today, bro. You gonna be forced, bro. I don't
And
care if you
Galen,
want
Galen, we seem to be in competition about who can say the nasty stuff.
to. I know, right? Man, I'll
Uh,
suck you. Man, I'll suck you. I'm like, what? This guy. At least
you
we
know,
end with a prayer. At least we end with a prayer at the end of the cross.
but
Yeah.
that's the feeling that it gives, though.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I'm
Unfortunately,
saying. That's what I'm saying. But that's why people feel. That's why people feel played, bro. Because we're still spending bread, like $15 to go to a movie, or like Like $20 to go to IMAX, bro, is it's it's still $20. $20 is $20. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, a large popcorn is $20. And a drink, if you want to get a large popcorn, that's about $20. Like, bro, people ain't got $40 to go see no whack movie, bro. Like, people can't be. Come on, bro. Like now, Brand New Day, Spider Man, Brand New Day. Everybody gonna go see it in IMAX. I get it, but I was gonna say I think Jean Grey might be the one behind it that they're hiding. I'm not sure, but I think Jean Grey might be in Spider Man, Brand New Day. And so I'm not sure though. I'm not. I haven't. I don't think it's been verified. I'm not sure, but something's going on
Nah,
with
Hades
mind
Sync.
control.
Hades Sync is gonna be there. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. We know it's Sadie Sink, but we don't know what character is she playing. We're speculating. The fan base is speculating that this is Jean Grey because she's a redhead with psychic powers,
Right.
right? So we're all speculating that this is in fact Jean Grey that this woman is playing. Unfortunately, we don't know that for certain, but that's what we 100% believe with no basis other than that this a redhead with psychic powers.
And I think that I think it's smart for them to keep it under wraps because so many times like commercials or like or trailers they give away the whole movie and they show the entire movie in the trailers and then that becomes the best parts of the movie. So I think it's kind of smart to kind of keep people guessing. But I think that
Ah.
this Spider-Man movie is going to be now if you've been really saving your bread like to go to the movies, it's gonna be on Spider-Man Brand New Day, bro. It's not gonna be on Supergirl. It's not gonna be. You ain't gonna blow your load on Supergirl. You know, no pun intended. But like, you gonna wait and save up your bread to go see Spider-Man Brand New Day. Period. Point blank. Period. Like, if you ain't going back to the movies in a while, I can pretty much kind of guarantee that you're gonna want to see Spider-Man Brand New Day in the movies
Oh
at
yeah,
the
for
movie
sure.
theater. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So people ain't got $40. You know, I gotta go get the popcorn. I got IMAX. I gotta run. You know, get in line, save my seat. I gotta do this. Nah, people ain't going. Man, listen, bro. People just can't go to see movies every week and you know what I'm saying? Like people want to see a good movie, and I think Spider Man, bruh, it's already pre-sales, pre-ticket sales. I don't know, you know what they looking like, but you know, come on, bro, like everybody going to see that. So at the end of the day, bruh,
It'd be crazy if they never really made that triple, like they never tripled their profit or any of this stuff that they said he did, and he's just taking people money. What if they really didn't make $800 million? What if they only made $60,000?
Yo,
Just
but
because
didn't Galen
it's eight
talk about
hundred.
this a while back? He calls it money laundering. We
Facts.
spoke about this.
oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, I got a YouTube video I watched, man. The dude was talking about that. He was talking about money laundering. He was talking about all these different budgets. He was like, how y'all spending all this money and then the actors ain't getting paid and then they're not getting residuals, and then everybody else is getting paid before the people that actually working on the movie. And y'all saying y'all at a loss, y'all operate at a loss when y'all made your money back already.
Mm.
And so it's like the money just is real crazy in Hollywood, bro. Like it's just how you even got all this money, bro. You got 200 million to make Supergirl, but niggas is sleeping underneath the overpass and they homeless. So how we like maybe let's just take the Supergirl money and just distribute it to the community. How about that? Let's just take 200 million and build some rec centers and some apartment complexes and just call it a day.
Nah, we just want yachts. We just want yachts, bro. We're just yachts. We're just yacht clubbing right
It's
now,
a
bro. We just
distraction.
want
It's
to we just want to be in the yacht,
It's
bro.
a distraction to take niggas' money.
Just want to golf all
let's just
day.
let's just take 200 million, man, build some apartment complexes, get some people off the street, feed some families, and instead of making this trash movie.
There's a moral approach I can take with that,
The
but
government, the government
for the
is
sake
the
of
one
time, I'm
Oh,
who
here
not
you
going
holds
go.
to.
Here
money
you go.
and
I'm
they
gonna
do
mute
it.
up. Here you go.
The government is the one who endorsed the money to give to for movies productions to make these movies. So if you want to know why they got so much money, is because of the government.
They aid in it, but we live in a capitalistic society where they're supposed to let you make as much money for yourself as possible.
Mhm. Mhm.
right?
There's no
And on
law.
the
Oh, go ahead,
yes,
Nas. Go ahead. Go ahead,
and
Nas.
so that is it. But here's the thing, though. I make money. The money is for me. I am under no obligation to give or share my money with anybody. And because of that idea, people have this thing of greed set in where I want to make as much money as I can for me. And unfortunately, capitalism supports this because there's some upsides to capitalism where we can generate more money overall, or we can boost GDP and so on and so forth, laissez faire and all that, right? What you want to do, want people to do is a noble thing. Let's give someone this money and to help the community. That's a very noble act. But guess what? I don't have to listen to you. In not me the first one per se. Like those people who have the money, they don't have to listen to anybody. They can do whatever they want with their money because it's theirs. They are they're under no moral obligation to some degree to share money or to extend money to the masses or to help people in need. They do that if they feel like. But by what according to who? Because you say, who are you? I mean, God says to share and to be charitable and whatnot, but who really listens to what God has to say? Right? People live as if He doesn't exist until they're in a bind and they really need His help. Like, oh God, please help me. If you do this for me, I promise I'm gonna. And then we don't meet our quote unquote pledges or obligations at all. So, by what metric, by what standard are we saying that hey, these people ought to be charitable, these people ought to be giving, instead of to the masses, to the public, instead of
It's
hoarding
because
this money for
it's
themselves
because
and trying to essentially
it's
money
because
launder.
it's because the law doesn't exist in that specific way. Because the law, when it comes to back then, when the son of man was there,
Mhm.
his one quote that got him in trouble: "Whatever belongs to Caesar belongs to Caesar. Whatever belongs to me belongs to me."
You're misunderstanding that
No,
that moment,
I didn't misunderstand the quote.
dude. I promise you, you misunderstand it.
So what do you think? What you thought I misunderstood?
That statement didn't get him in trouble. He got himself out of trouble with that statement. They're trying to trap him in that moment. If Jesus had said, give to God, that means they're saying, oh, you're going against Caesar, and now we have a reason to trap you. But if you say give to Caesar, they'll be able to say, "Oh, so you are a heathen. You support them. You support our oppressors." So either way, if he had said one or the other, he would have been screwed because the question, the point of
But
that moment was,
he was screwed
listen,
though.
the point of that moment was they were trying to trap him. They were trying to find a reason to get him got. They were trying to get a reason to get him executed right then and there. But because of how skilled he was with his words and with his understanding and with his wisdom, he was able to
Hmm.
say, "Yo, give God what belongs to God, and give Caesar what belongs to
Hold
Caesar."
on, God. Hold on. Let me interject something because that was actually a story about taxes, right?
Yes. Hmm.
Is it lawful to pay taxes? And the
Yes.
thing
Yes, it
is that
is.
The Jewish tax collectors in the time were partnering with the Roman government
True.
to collect taxes from the Jews.
And they're also taking more than they should.
Correct, they were taking a cut. So the Jewish tax collectors, on behalf of the Roman government, was collecting taxes for Rome.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were collecting taxes from Jewish people on behalf of Rome. That's why the Jewish people didn't rock with Jewish tax collectors because they
Mm-hmm.
knew that, hey, it was going to be a markup. All right, you owe Rome this, but I say you owe this because I got to put my profit in there too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened with Zacchaeus.
That's
So,
the whole point. That's the whole point that I'm
yeah,
making here. Galen, you on the money. You got what I was trying to say in the same context, in the same breath.
yes,
That's why I'm
sir.
saying
Yes,
there's
sir.
no law behind it after he passed away. Like he could have probably
Says
made it.
who? What do you mean?
I'm
There's no
just
law behind it.
Hold on. Let him finish his point because I'm trying to hear him.
You
because
know,
Go
it's
ahead,
fine.
Jesse.
I'm just saying I know that you're saying that possibly couldn't happen, but he brung the Son of Man for a reason. And the Son of Man at that particular time had to deal with taxes, right? And even though his handwriting man sold him out for some silver, it was still money. You know, it was still money going on with that specific situation, right? It had to be that the Son of Man was there for that particular reason, where the laws need to be just for everybody, and it
So
and that's where I'm going with it. Where as of right now, it's not just for everybody. It's just the rich. The rich gets richer and the poor gets poorer, and
yeah, but
it's not where it's a middle ground based on what the people want. Yeah, you see how Japanese people do it, or Chinese people do it? Japanese people especially, they they top down. I mean, they down up. They worry about the people in the down instead of people up. If I mess up, I'm bringing my money down because I messed up. If I'm worth $100 million or $500 million, and I messed up the whole company, I'm 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 putting myself as a down scale. If I lose 100,000 or I lose 200,000, that $200,000 of my earned wealth is going down, and I'm dedicated to my employees. Or if the employees made money, I'm dedicating their money, instead of them being $20 an hour, they're gonna be $22 an hour. It's not here the same way in America. Like that's kind of the back and forth that we go with with the United
let's
States
talk
of it.
about. I'm gonna do a third. I'm gonna do a elevator pitch, right? So an
Hmm.
elevator, you only on an elevator for like 30 seconds, maybe. So if you can condense something down into 30 seconds, then you're good. So here's the thing. So a lot of times what happens is when I worked in mortgage servicing and I serviced mortgages, there was a lot of things I learned that I didn't know the terminology because there's a lot of vernacular that you
Hmm.
might know of something, but you're not going to know the right terms to call it. Just like every industry has, like if you're a maritime, they'll talk about starboard, they'll talk about port side, stern, the bow of the ship. You're not going to know any of that terminology because you're not in that industry, right? You're not in the maritime industry. So you're not going to know what starboard is. You're not going to know what any of that terminology. Just like in plumbing or electrician, you're not going to know the terminology. So the terminology that's used in finance is called interest, right? And
Yeah.
it's called, so interest is something that is associated with usury, right? And usury is where you overcharge somebody an interest rate when you're giving out a loan. So it's like payday loans, predator.
So that's Romans
It's called,
law. So that's
yeah,
Romans
no,
law
no, it's
back in
called,
the day.
yeah, yeah. So
Okay.
what it's called is it's called predatory lending. So when you lend somebody money and you charge them an interest rate where they cannot repay the loan, that's called usury according to Jewish law. And
Hmm.
that was a violation of Jewish law in the Torah. So you cannot charge usury, meaning that you cannot charge an interest rate on the loan that makes it to where the person that you loan the money to cannot repay it. You know what I'm saying? You can't
Mm.
charge 29% interest. You can't charge that's called predatory lending. So this is why the Jews got in trouble because the post office used to be the place where people would cash checks and do things like that in the black community. Well, they stopped that. Now you got to go to a payday loan place if you don't have a bank account like community, like a community credit union or something like that, right? So the thing
Mm.
is this is that the whole point is to keep you in perpetual debt. If I can make you a debt servant, the borrower is slave to the lender.
Mm.
How?
It's,
How,
it
how is the
goes.
Yep, that's what
borrower
the Bible says.
how is the borrower slave to the lender? Well, the borrower is slave to the lender through usury by overcharging interest. By charging an interest rate that the borrower cannot pay back. And this is where you get all this buy now, pay later and all that Klarna and afterpay and like you just get check cash in places. So I'm fast like even buying cars and auto loan. This is why the black community is so plagued by high interest rates. And I'm landing my plane. Here's my 30 seconds. I'm done. I'm off the
Hmm.
elevator.
That makes
The
sense
black
when it comes to these superheroes either being flopped or not, because it all goes back to the circle of finance as well. Continue.
Yeah. So here's the thing. If I can keep you in perpetual debt, then that means you become what's called Some people call it. I forgot. It's on the tip of my tongue, but anyway. Oh yeah, indentured servant, right?
Okay.
Because you had share. Back in the day it was sharecropping and stuff like that. That was supposed to be like an agreement with the people that picked the cotton and the plantation owner, and they had an agreement called sharecropping, like a system where, hey, I'm gonna pick the cotton and then I get a payment, but then I have to also buy supplies from the store on the plantation, and I have to take out loans from the plantation owner, and I was overtaxed. And so anyway, that's a whole different
Mm.
financial thing. But here's the bottom line is that these movies that are coming out, a lot of times the actors get residual checks that are like $10, because if the movie, they'll say the movie lost money, even though, even let's say a movie costs 100 million to make and they make 100 million, they'll say that, hey, the movie lost money, it didn't make no profit. But the thing is, where did $100 million go?
It went to the actors, actresses, directors,
No,
producers.
no, no. If the movie costs 100 million to make and the movie makes 100 million, where did the 100 million that was made go? It doesn't go to the actors because they say, hey, we didn't make any money, we broke even. We broke even. So where's the
Mm.
100 million at? So where did the 100 million go? And so the thing is that
Marketing.
the people who are going to get the people who are going to no, the people who are
Oh.
going to get paid first are the people who put the bread up. They're going to get paid before anybody gets paid. So if the movie made if they put 100 million up and the movie only made 100 million, then yeah, they got their 100 million back, but everybody else lost. It wasn't the people that put the money up lost. They wanted to make a profit, but I mean, what kind of now here's the thing. What kind of influences and other IP that's intangible did they create? What other influences did they have? What other relationships did they make as a result of putting out the movie? So there's a lot of intangible value
And
that
TV
comes
shows.
with,
Don't forget about TV
yeah,
shows.
like Michael Bay. I say Michael Bay, he did all the Transformers, and even though all the movies sucked, except for the first one was decent, but Michael Bay was like that. He's like the James Gunn of Transformers.
Mm.
So Michael Bay, he just kept making $200 million Transformers, $200, $300 million Transformer movie, $500 million $1 billion Transformer. It doesn't matter if the movie's good. The IP makes money. And so now it's not about the fans. It's not about making a good Transformers movie. It's about how much money can we launder and wash and run through this movie to where that we can actually make money for real, for real. Like we don't care about the fans. We don't care how good the movie is, bro. We're talking about 300 or 400 something $1 million to make a movie, bro. That is insane, bro.
Wait,
That's a
can the
lot of
same
money.
can the
Go ahead.
same be said for the Fast and Furious franchise?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, those movies make money. They don't
Oh,
have to be. They don't have to.
time
Yeah, those
out.
movies
I'm
make.
adding you to the live act to up on the stage.
Yeah,
Say
Ty
your
Go
was
ahead,
saying
piece,
a
Ty.
lot
bro.
just now.
Say your piece. I would love to hear your thoughts.
No, I mean I agree with what he's saying for real. He's not lying. The producers, the executive producers, these are the folks that are putting up the bread, and these are the folks who are going to recoup first. Just like any venture, um, most most productions you have they don't like this. Millie Alcock does not have a fucking residual, like a not residual, but she doesn't get a cut of the Superman or Supergirl box office. If it grosses, say if it goes past 300 million, she gets a certain percent after that. She ain't got no deal like that. But
Okay.
she ain't got no Robert Downey. She ain't got no Robert Downey deal. But it's just he's right. Everything he's saying is right. The quality and quantity or quality and success, I should say, are not interchangeable. They're not the same.
Okay. Cause my whole contention is that bro is that what's really important to the audience, to the fans, and certain of these shows that's been happening even in live action or animated version, like for example, We from DC, we had Wonder Woman, we had Woman 2, we had Joker 1, and we had Joker 2, we had Madam Web, we had all these different DC Universe shows, and some of them flopped based on
Madam Web is
characteristics.
Marvel.
Uh, no, I'm just saying DC and Marvel, so you can understand what I'm talking about. Um,
Okay.
yeah, because like when it comes to women itself, certain of them flop, certain of them didn't flop. Like you got Captain Marvel, you got the Marvels. Those shows didn't really flop because they had a story, they had a delivery. When it comes to women, TV shows or even live action, it's just that when it comes to writing and producing, is that important? Because like you can have a bad writer and a great director. You can have a bad director and a great writer. So those things are always interchangeable as well. T Ty Ty Brown. Those are very interchangeable too. Because like you can have a good ass actor and it made the show make a hit, but at the same token, based on what we find in our findings, sometimes we get it wrong sometimes because the writer wasn't good enough for this specific live action or animated uh, DC or Marvel show. They didn't hit numbers like it was supposed to hit, like what studios want. So
Let
those are
me
things that's been on my mind constantly when I have my shows here every Sunday and Monday. You know.
let me say, I guess so. It's okay. So like starting with Wonder Woman, right?
Mhm.
Wonder Woman was when it opened up, it wasn't tracking to be a big smashing success. It was going to be like everybody was predicting it was going to be a modest success. I was like, oh, it's going to do okay. It's going to be all right. It's going to be fine. It's going to do okay. And when it came out, because it was so good, it actually like the drop off from week 1 to week 2 was so minimal. It was like a 10 to 20%. It was a crazy drop off. Like it didn't drop off much at all. And people were like, Jesus, okay, wait a minute. People are really
Exactly.
yeah, people
Exactly.
really liked the movie. It was a good movie, and that's why it
Mm-hmm.
was a success. Wonder Woman 2, pandemic. So like you can't even really gauge it because it came out. It didn't even come out in did it even come out in theaters? It came out on HBO Max the same day. Like I remember I watched it at home with my daughter, same day it dropped. And it was very much it was not a good movie. It was I'm saying not a good movie. It was a different type of movie. It wasn't like a movie for everyone. Everyone's
With
not going to
with
get it.
what with Wonder Woman night was it 18
1984.
1984. What characteristics didn't resonate to the audience? Because when it comes to watching TV movies or TV shows, it has to resonate to what's going on internally within my life. That's how I would say people would look at TV shows or movies. If the movie is great, it's because it resonated to my livelihood. So
It was
with these
yeah.
bad slop shows, what characteristics we can say that didn't speak to the audience? Is it because the women was a eccentric, too greedy, or was it because it didn't give a story where it was heartfelt or something, or cared enough for this
Um
specific? That's
if
one of
you
the.
if you remember, I would say one of the things so again, it's hard to judge any pandemic movie
Mhm.
because you also, you're talking about of something that's available at home the same day it's available in theaters. So would people have went out in a normal circumstance and saw Wonder Woman 84? Probably, but the drop off would have been probably more because people wouldn't have liked it. Like there's a lot, it would have had bad word of mouth as far as like, oh, it's not as good as the first one. It's a totally different tone than the first one, which it was. It was a different tone. The villain was the Donald Trumpish kind of CEO kind of guy with this wish box thing. It just wasn't, it wasn't as good by any means. It wasn't as good as the first one. It wasn't a good movie. So that's
Hey,
Wonder
hey,
Woman, right?
let me ask Ty real quick, Ty. Do
Go
you
ahead.
think that the pandemic movies were made based on the resources available in the pandemic? Like, it was a lot of restrictions, right? So, like, do you think that pandemic movies kind of like succumb to the environment in the real world as far as the pandemic, and then like there were certain things they couldn't do, and there were certain things that certain restrictions made the movies worse. Like it made the movie
Somewhat, but
worse because we're in a pandemic. I can't make a great movie.
nah,
I
nah.
can't make a great movie in a pandemic.
Well, so here's the thing.
So
This is
But X Men
is that a
'97 was made throughout the pandemic, though, right?
yeah.
yeah?
So
But
that's what I'm about to say.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying like yeah,
Well, Wonder
in
Woman
the real
84. When you
world.
talking about when you're talking about big budget movies like that, like these are, this was a big budget film. Um, the restrictions are, of course, if they had like, I don't even think they had the same like, mask. They probably had mask protocols at some point during filming for the crew and shit, but like they didn't have the super restricted, like you can't be so many people on set at the time. I don't believe that. I think the movie was pretty much shot and done, and it was in post by the time like the pandemic really went crazy, and where they were, because when they shut down the theaters in like March, February, March, something like that. Because I'm gonna tell you, Tenet came out around Thanksgiving, maybe. Um, and it was available on HBO Max, same as Wonder Woman 84. But Tenet made good money for the pandemic movies, right? It's probably the highest grossing movie ever released during the pandemic. I think it made like
Birds of Prey
at
made
least
money.
Birds of Prey made some money. Yeah, it did. Um,
Their
and it
budget
was
was
it was released
82.
the same day, wasn't
They
it?
they
Okay,
yeah.
Also,
okay. So you guys are saying that the pandemic should not be an excuse of
No.
why a movie is bad. Oh,
Based
okay,
on this, no,
okay.
I don't think so. Because around 2020, that's February 5th, 2020, Birds of Prey came out and their budget was 82. So based on 82 metric, it kind of speaks to the pandemic where the masks they were restricted to things and stuff like that. And worldwide they made 205. Worldwide they made 205. And Wonder Woman, we go back here to Wonder Woman in December 16. Yeah, Wonder Woman was a lot of money to budget in, and they flopped with 1984. They did flop. I ain't gonna hold you because
you said 2016.
When did eighty
December
four come
16,
out?
December 16,
What year? What year was that?
Got you.
2020,
The 84 come out?
same
2020.
year,
Okay.
same year.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So did the pan did the pandemic keep people from going to see it, or was it just a bad movie?
Oh, the
It was
pandemic definitely kept
it
people
was a
from going to
bad
see it
movie.
because
It was a
theaters, well,
bad
both.
movie.
It's both though, because it was you're looking at theaters were shut down for, or if, at that point they weren't shut down. Most places they were limited seating, so you couldn't have, say me and my wife would go and there'd be spaces between us and the next group of people, and that was all throughout the theater. So you basically halved, cut the theater in half. And I mean, people weren't going to the didn't want to go to the movies like that. I mean,
Yeah.
they had you had some states who were not allowing theaters to open, or were saying like, you need to stay at home. Like it was just a weird time. It was not. You can't really judge it off of just the box office, but the general sentiment
Jesse,
is
read
that
hold
the
on.
movie wasn't
Jesse,
as
read the
good.
comments. Marcus
I
said he
got
got
you.
something to say. But go ahead,
Marcus
Ty.
got something to say.
Oh, okay, I got you. I got you.
But yeah, Ty, you on point with that, bro. Like, yeah. Like, because that's what I'm saying, bro. Everybody wants to use all these excuses, bro. Like, there any good movies that came out during the pandemic?
Just
Like
Tenant.
because at the end of the day, like,
Black
yeah, if
Adam.
it were good.
Black
If
I
there
Adam.
were
mean, not
good
gonna.
movies,
No, but
Well, I
that
mean,
was
if there
not gonna
were good
2022.
lie.
movies, they didn't go to the movie theater to see it. Go ahead.
Black
Well,
Adam
I
was
mean, I mean,
2022.
Tenet didn't come out. I mean, Tenet didn't come onto HBO Max like this like up until like 8 months after because like
No,
I mean, I just don't do my research and like that in like that is what it clearly says. Because Christopher Nolan, I don't know like if you noticed, but he has
they
a hand
fell
at
out
Warner
about
Bros.
that.
He has a hand at Warner Brothers, so like he didn't want his movie to be like released on streaming like this particularly that movie because like he's like I don't want any of my movies to be to be released on streaming.
Hey, Marcus, are you talking about Tenet?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
He said that that movie was meant to be seen in the movie theaters, so he kept it in the movie theaters for I think about like 2 months, and then
Uh,
and then
they
I think
they kept it in there for a while.
yeah, and then I think it got like re-released.
They so Tenet came out, and I think it came out in around Thanksgiving, and then it didn't come out. You're right, it didn't come out to streaming until May 1st. But the reason here's the thing: I was really big in like movie news at this time. So Christopher Nolan had one of those deals. Once Tenet crossed, I want to say like 300 or 400 or something $1 million at the box office, he started getting a percentage of the grosses. So of course he was pissed, and he fought for them not to. He sued them actually. He sued Warner Brothers over this. Christopher Nolan, that was his home. They gave him budgets that no one else would give him to make movies no one else would fucking have him make for the money that he was spending on them. He made all his movies with Warner Brothers until Tenet. Tenet came out. He has not worked with Warner Brothers since, and he really got lucky, I guess, in a sense that Oppenheimer was such a big hit.
But listen, but I mean, well, not gonna lie, they Warner Brothers knows that they know that they're gonna make they like this. They know that they're gonna make like either some money back or either like a shit ton back just by his name alone.
Mm.
Yeah, but no, you think
True.
about
That's
this,
why they said
okay?
Oppenheimer, let it rip.
Yeah, well, it wasn't Warner Brothers. Oppenheimer was it was someone else. It wasn't. He hasn't worked with Warner Brothers. It might have been Universal. Um, but it's what was it? The one he made with the war with Tom Hardy, the World War I,
Dunkirk.
I think Dunkirk. Dunkirk wasn't like a super duper smash. You know what I mean? Wasn't no $1 billion movie or nothing.
Mm.
And he spent plenty of money and time on Dunkirk. They gave him. I mean, he's the they let him do what he does. He's an artist, one of those motherfuckers, right? Where they like, hey, give him what he needs, stay out of his way,
No, 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 bro. He's
write
an
the checks.
artiste, bro. He's an artiste. He's an
He
artiste. No,
is.
I'm just
He
kidding. Go ahead.
is. He's sensitive about his shit, as Erica Badu would say, right? But yeah,
So,
it's I don't. But it was. I'll tell you another movie that came out during the pandemic. The James Bond, No Time to Die. I think. I think that one came out during the pandemic, or was it the one prior with the Day of the Dead?
Nah, you right. No time to die. Yeah.
And it got
that
pushed
makes
back.
perfect sense.
They kept trying to push it back because they wanted it to be in theater. They wanted the money. They're like, we trying to get all the money we can. We need to wait till this COVID situation clears up, and it just never did. And at that point, it became like we didn't push this movie back a year. They kept putting dates. It's gonna come out in no Time to Die was supposed to come out like February or March or some shit. Maybe at latest, it might have been May of that year. They pushed it back to like the spring, summer, pushed it back to the fall, pushed it back to the winter. It didn't come out for like until the next like February, January, whatever. It just was like we can't keep promoting the movie and pushing it
Hey,
back. We're
hey, hold on one second because that's a perfect example of why Scary Movie didn't work. Is that Scary Movie should have been released like probably like back in 2023. Some of the jokes had COVID jokes, and some of the jokes in it you could tell that movie was not produced by or not written by Keenan Ivory Wayans, like of a Living Color and stuff like that, the Wayans brothers. So Scary Movie, yeah, it made a lot of money on the first weekend because everybody thought Keenan Ivory Wayans was behind it. It was gonna be the same humor as like the in Living Color, and then when the movie came out, people were like, "Yo, these jokes are not landing because this movie should have came out like back in like 2021. This movie should have came back like out in like 2023. Like this movie has been sitting on the shelf and they was like holding it like hot potato and they was like, yo, we gotta release it at some point because you know what I'm saying, we sitting on this movie and the jokes are getting older and older and older and Keenan Ivory Wayans is not producing the movie, he's not directing the movie, he's not right, like even Marlon said
Correction,
that, you
he is
know,
on writing it. Correction, he is. I mean,
They
says his
did
name right
write it.
there,
yeah,
written.
Yeah.
yeah, he might have wrote some
Wayne's
of the characters. Like don't Mississippi. Marlon Wayans said they had to Sean, he has an interview saying, "Hey, Keenan came in and re-ripped Don't Be a Menace," and then the thing was a hit. It was a hook. It was a hit because at his stamp of he believes satire. He understands comedy. 36 and a half, Keenan Wayans nowhere the actual end result. Like because the movie, the jokes, it was just all over the place. But anyway, I
let
don't
me
want to go
let
there.
me let me say
Yeah, but
this
go ahead.
though.
Yeah, bro.
It was definitely a success though. You talking about a $30 million budget around, and then you 25 to $30 promo at most 50. That movie made $215 million worldwide.
Yeah, but it was because I'm not saying that they didn't make no money, but people thought because the Waymans were back in control of it, it was going to be like Scary Movie One, which Keenan Ivory Wayans was able to do Scary Movie One and Two. Keenan Ivory Wayans is the bread and butter. That's like the secret ingredient of the Coca Cola formula. Like when
But
you drinking
everything,
Coca Cola,
but everything
not
has
RC.
some
Go
potential to
ahead, brother.
change. But
You said
everything
what?
has something to change. I said everything has to change because like Marlon Brunton, a director that like as soon as he got whenever he did like a haunted house, I thought that was pretty funny. And then like he
Yeah,
kept the same he kept the same director every time, like literally every time. So so yes, there's been some hits. Yes, yes, and like there's definitely been like some
yeah,
misses. But
what is it?
but
40
like
Shades of Grey or 50 Shades of Grey or whatever. Like, bro,
50 Shades of
listen.
Black.
What yeah, whatever it was. The
Yeah.
bottom line is this. That Keenan Ivory Wayans, his comedy his comedy style, Marlon Wayans and Sean, they always gave it up to him. And they were like, yo, he did In Living Color. This guy knows how to do satire. He knows how to do that's our brother. You can tell when Keenan Ivory Wayans is not a part of the project or he has very limited say. So when they promoted Scary Movie 6 as if though Keenan Ivory Wayans was going to be back, that's what made them the 200
It's
something
that's what you
million
thought
dollars.
that but you thought that
Yes,
they
I
were promoting
I
it.
didn't I didn't see
Everybody
any
thought that
Keenan
Keenan
Ivory
Ivory
Wayans
Wayans,
promo there.
yes, everybody thought that Keenan Ivory Wayans was going to come back and be a part of Scary Movie 6, and he was going to be the one that was going to be the humor behind it, just like Scary Movie 1. And that's not what happened. And so
So in
I
other
don't know
words,
how y'all
this
want
is
to
in
take
other
it. Y'all
words,
can
this is
take it
not
however
necessarily
y'all want to
about the
take it.
money. This is about the product. What the hype of the product that we thought we are gonna get, and what is the delivery of said product when we actually
Thank
get
you. Thank you. Exactly. So that's why the movie fell off the way it did, is because it we thought that we were gonna get the Keenan Ivory Wayans like in living color, like very like racy, raunchy. Like we thought we was gonna get that. Nah, we got the same old Sean and Marlon from Haunted House. Like Keenan Ivory Wayans was nowhere to be found, bruh. Just like, bruh, like what are we doing, bro? Like that's not the funniest Wayans is Keenan Ivory Wayans, bro. And then the next after that is like Damon Wayans. All right,
Ty
y'all can
said
laugh.
Supergirl with no no
You
no
can laugh.
no super oh no
Go ahead.
Ty said in the chat Ty said Supergirl would kill to fall off like Scary Movie 6.
Mm.
Hold on. Say that again. Say that. Say that one more time.
Look in the chat. Look in the chat. He says Supergirl would kill to fall off like Scary Movie 6.
Oh yeah. Scary Movie 6 made a lot of money. Scary Movie 6 beat out He Man. Scary Movie 6 came out when He Man came out. So it was either He Man or Scary Movie 6. People chose Scary Movie 6. That's why He Man, but He Man was that was a clown movie. That was like that movie was kind of, that was it was just too many. He Man was a dumpster fire, bro, in a way. I mean, it was cool, but it was just like, why am I watching this, bro? I feel guilty watching this. Like, the fact that I have to sit through this, bro, and get and entertain it, bro, is just, you know, ah. But
So
anyway, yeah, it came out on the same weekend as Scary Movie 6. Go ahead,
so
Jesse.
so on that note, I also want to add on before we transition to the next topic. Um, this is collide. This is what we do. We talk about the real shit ever. Like we don't sugarcoat anything. We talk about what the audience need and what the audience want. Sometimes we look at it from a different angle, a different perspective that no one else will see. Like, does it resonate to me as an audience or as a fan? Does this means okay? I feel it. I feel it. I felt it when I seen Joker 1. I didn't feel it when I seen Joker 2. I felt it when I seen Captain Marvel. Captain then again I didn't feel it on the second run of Captain Marvel. But the Marvels I
Hold on.
understood.
Captain Marvel?
Yeah.
Yo, Captain Marvel was bad, bro. Captain Marvel was what? Let's say a 5 out of 10, 5.5.
Yeah,
Captain Marvel was super
everybody's
good.
subjective.
More like a four, but yeah.
Everybody's thought is subjective. Like your eye, my eyes is not the same thing as your eyes. You might have brown eyes. I might have light eyes or hazel eyes. So every shows are subjective to the audience. But here in Collide, we have a contingency of identity of what's important to the audience. If you have your own thoughts, and I hope that you can agree to certain statements that we have. We're trying to come it up together. Nas, Sky, and I are trying to do that for the fans of what fans really want. Uh, of key pillars that resonate to comics. It's not just storytelling that matters. It's not just producers that matter or writers. Because a bad writer can be a bad writer, but a director can finagle the shit out of the live action and could tell the actor this is what's important, and stuff like that. Help guide, help not only guide but shape the movie, right? Because a director can do that because a director can be like, yo, I'm a fan. Fuck that. I'm gonna make this shit right. Just because the writer said this, that, third. No, this shit is not right. What you telling me here, writer? You telling me cream this peanut butter this peanut butter cream tastes like every peanut butter cream? No, that's not true. Every peanut butter don't
But
taste the same.
not every okay, so these studios when they get these directors to when they get these directors signed to make these movies, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's they look a lot of times they're looking for directors that they can basically be yes men. They can tell them what they want. They can do what they
That's
want them to
another
do. They're
problem.
not really looking for the directors to come in with their strong vision that people might have liked in a smaller movie and said, man, we would like to see what you could do with Wonder Woman. We'd like to see what you can do with Batgirl, you know. And I think that's the bigger problem because you've seen cases where the director is a super fan of the property and the movie is not good. Margot Robbie, when she did Birds of Prey, I watched that movie and I sat there and I said she had too much power. She had too much control. She had
Agreed.
too much, you know what I mean? Like it was
Agreed.
very evident that there could have been a good movie there, but she she was she and guess what, she executive produced it. She put them, it was her money. So whoever was I don't think she directed it, but she was the director's boss, you know what I mean? So like
Hold on, bro.
she get what
Hold
she,
on.
go ahead.
Birds of Prey could have been worse.
It could have been
Like, I
worse.
mean, come on, it could have been a lot worse. You know what I'm
Well, a
saying?
lot worse
Birds of
is for
Prey,
sure.
come on, man. I'm not letting nobody just.
Birds of
Nobody
Prey
was
is
looking for Birds of Prey.
that
Nobody was
movie
looking for
didn't
Birds
really
of
do
Prey.
well. Listen. They had to do look, listen. They had to hire a whole different director just to do like the action. They
Oh
were
yeah.
they were literally not confident in like the main person doing like that movie. They literally just wasted money. Then it lost
Birds
Hey,
of
money.
Prey. Okay, Birds of Prey could have been worse. We can all agree on that. It could have been a worse than what it was. But I think the Rotten Tomato score, I think it got in the 70s, right?
Yeah, it did.
Movie
Yeah.
theater
that just
wise or
means that
just like
Didn't Birds of Prey like end up in the 70s in Rotten Tomatoes?
Yeah,
I
it did.
don't know about that one.
It
What
didn't
is
get
it
a
right?
Rotten Tomato, did it?
But
Uh,
Galen, it does none of that matters
Oh, it
because
doesn't.
because the story
in
was
this context,
trash.
A
because
Rotten Tomato doesn't matter. A
no,
Rotten Tomato doesn't
in
matter.
no.
this context, because remember when we talk about the show on its own, the movies on their own, like standalone, for what they did by themselves, and what does it mean in the overall universe that they're supposed to be a part of. And that movie killed any possibility of us getting the true version of the Birds of Prey. It killed any possibility of that
But
happening. So
did it
that's
get
so
a
that doesn't
Rotten
matter.
Tomato? That's all I'm saying. Did it get a Rotten Tomato? Everybody goes to Rotten Tomato. Everybody loves Rotten Tomato. Everybody
No,
lives by Rotten Tomatoes. Everybody
I
falls on
don't.
the sword of
No.
Rotten Tomatoes.
We spoke.
Everybody, no, I'm just saying, like a
No.
lot of people fall on the sword
Mhm,
of Rotten Tomatoes.
sure.
Like if it got a Rotten Tomato, man, you
Uh,
suck.
casual.
Yeah, I go on so
Casual.
many
People
rants about why I don't
If you
trust
got
Rotten
a green,
Tomatoes all the time.
if you got a green splat over your movie, then Rotten Tomatoes say, yeah, you got a green splat, bro. You got a Rotten Tomato. I don't think Birds of
but
Prey got a
yeah,
Rotten
but
Tomato, did it?
listen, there's a lot of movies that got green splats
Listen, yes, listen, yes,
All
that
right,
made a
man. All right,
billion
listen,
dollars.
we
listen,
chasing the ghost,
yes, it
man.
did, but the movie was overall, it was mid. The movie didn't even make back its own like budget. That's what they were looking for. That movie was financially bad. That movie did not make
Did
any.
did Birds of
That
Prey get a Rotten
that
Tomato
doesn't
score?
matter. They didn't get their
It
money
doesn't
back.
matter to you,
You can get. You
but
have to make your money
but
back. You have to
apparently
get your money back financially.
no, hold on. Apparently, Rotten Tomatoes is the live all be all of if you're
Hold on.
Supergirl got a Rotten Tomato. Yes, true or false? Did
Yeah,
Supergirl get a Rotten
They
Tomato?
didn't
True or
make
false? Okay, true.
money.
Supergirl got a Rotten Tomato.
They didn't make
Now
back the
you're
money.
saying that doesn't matter, right? You say, hey, it doesn't
They
matter if
make back
Supergirl
the
got.
money.
It doesn't matter if Birds of Prey got
Hold
a
on.
fresh tomato.
They
So
No,
make back.
it
All
what are
does.
we
right.
It
They
didn't
talking
didn't
matter
make
in
about?
the
back
context
any
of Birds of
of their
Prey
money.
because the story was so focused on turning Harley Quinn into Deadpool, and it didn't care about how much they were bastardizing the actual Birds of
They didn't make
Prey.
back their money
That is
either.
why
I
I
got
said
you.
it didn't matter, and within
I
that
got
Hey,
you.
context.
just a question.
No, so
Do you know
go ahead,
how a
brother. Go
movie
ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, do you know what classifies a movie as certified fresh versus rotten on Rotten Tomatoes?
Nah, bro, enlighten me, bro. Like let's
It
go,
does
Because I
bro.
don't
depend.
know
Go ahead.
myself.
All
Go
right.
ahead, bro.
No,
Go ahead.
it's because I when I didn't know this, it makes more sense now why some of this shit, why some of the movies are fresh and some of them are rotten. So all it is, the only thing that rotten in, only thing that splat means and the tomato means is that more people did not dislike the movie than they liked the movie. You know what I'm saying? So like if it's fresh, that means more people had a generally above a five, I guess, or a six or something, whatever they call the average. More people were on that side of the coin, I say, when they from the movie. So it's not really hard to
certified
not
fresh
be.
is the critics. Is the critics that
It's
uh
it's
checked it
it's
first
both.
before the audience. No, it's
Yeah,
critics.
you got both though. You got the
Yeah, because
critics and you have the
the
fans
critics have
too.
the tomato. Hold on. The critics have the tomato, and the audience have the popcorn bucket. The
Yes.
popcorn bucket, if it spilled over, if the popcorn bucket spilled over, bro, you're done. You're done, son. That's the audience score. Is the popcorn bucket
PTR,
because
PTR. Look at my
now
PTR.
okay, guys,
I
let's
got
look at
you.
your PTR.
They also they had changed it because of I'm gonna tell you they changed it because I think it was the Last Jedi. Basically, people were bombing, review bombing, or whatever they were saying about the Disney Star Wars movie, and they ended up changing it so that it could like to basically lock it down or keep it where the critics had a better they control the
Damn.
Rotten Tomato itself, and then the popcorn meter. They never put the popcorn meter on the fucking ads. This certified popcorn. You know what I mean? They always put the Rotten Tomato. It's certified
Right.
fresh. Well, all that means is
Hey,
it's like a 51% out of 100. You know what I mean?
hey,
But on
bro,
Metacritic,
we need to
well,
come up with a
Metacritic it
website
was a
called
5.9 on Metacritic. Metacritic is also accurate.
out of what? Out of what?
A five point
Birds of
nine
Prey.
is yeah, yeah,
Birds of
yeah.
Prey.
It's not good.
Metacritic is
Out
a
of what?
is
Out of what? Out of what?
nah.
10
It's,
out
Five
of
well,
point no
10.
no 5.9 out of what score?
Out of 10.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
Oh, out of 10. Okay. So watch this. We need to come up with a website called Spilt Over Popcorn Buckets. I mean, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing right now, bro?
yeah.
Hey, listen, I wanted Birds of
What are
Prey
we
to
doing
be
right now,
I
bro?
wanted
Like, what
I
are we
wanted
doing
Birds
right
of
now? Like,
Prey
y'all
to
want to
be
start? Y'all want to
awesome.
start the website, bro? I can. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Nah,
wanted
bro.
to
I'm
be
just
good.
saying, like, bro, like, yeah.
Hey,
Go ahead. What
it
you
just
saying,
wasn't.
T?
Yeah, I wanted Birds of Prey to be really good, and it just wasn't. But I'm gonna say this: Harley Quinn coming off the Suicide Squad, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was the hottest character DC had. You know what I mean? She was just as hot as fucking
Mm.
Batman. Margot Robbie,
Hmm.
that's how she wrote her check. Like she called her shot and said, "Hey, I'm doing Birds of Prey next." And they was like, "We'll take any Harley Quinn we can get because we selling the costumes. She's in the Injustice games, man. She's everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
People want to all everybody wants a piece of Margot Robbie. And she was popping, man. She was doing fucking Wolf of Wall Street, and man, she was just doing her thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? She was doing big movies. I Tanya, she was in the awards circuit. She was a superstar. She was a movie star. So
So
they was,
so
they was
actors gotta
taking what they
have
could get.
actors gotta also have the star power in order for these shows or these films to hit.
That was a
She's
pandemic movie. Y'all said that was a pandemic movie, correct? Birds of Prey.
Yeah.
I think so.
Was
Was
it?
it a pandemic movie?
It, it was in February. It was then we saw it was in February
Birds of Prey. Was that
February
a
of what
pandemic
year?
movie?
2020.
Yeah.
Mm,
COVID
yeah, it was,
movie.
but it might have been before they shut down the theaters though. So, but yes, it's still technically when people are
Yeah.
starting to be scared about COVID and maybe stop not going to the movies as
So
much.
if somebody put a gun to your head and said Madam Web or Birds of Prey, you're gonna go see Birds of Prey, bro. Like it's not gonna be
Definitely,
like it
For
could
me,
definitely.
I'm gonna see Madam
Birds of
Web.
Prey could have been a whole. You know what? No. All right, nah,
Yeah,
Nas,
yeah, nah.
Nas. All right.
I'm a contrarian, so I'm gonna say
Nah.
Madam Web.
What he said? Did he say you'll watch Madam Web first? Did he
At
just
least
say
you got
that?
Sydney. Hey, at
Nah,
least you got
hey,
Sydney
Nas went out like
swinging
a
boobs
G.
and
Nas went out like a G, man.
I
Wait,
saw
Nas
Birds
went
of
out
Prey
like a
did you
already.
G.
No,
say you
thank
gonna
you.
watch that first? You would watch
That
nothing?
If somebody said Birds of
because
Prey,
that was
if
a
somebody said
Deadpool
Birds of Prey
story.
or
That
Madam
wasn't
Web,
Harley Quinn story. That wasn't a Harley Quinn story. That was a Deadpool story disguised as a Harley Quinn story, disguised as a Birds of Prey movie. No, thank you.
Mm. But yeah, no, I mean, this is what's important. This is what's important,
bro,
guys.
y'all comedians,
Uh,
bro.
right,
Y'all
but
comedians.
write whatever y'all want to say down in the comments, but below, definitely. I want to piggyback on that since we're still talking about what's important. X-Men '97. We're about to see that very shortly. What do you guys think about that, T Brown? What do you guys think about that? That we're about to see.
let them cook, baby. They're about to cook.
Okay. Oh, definitely.
I,
Hey, bro,
I
X
have
Men.
full faith. I have full faith in X-Men '97. The team, they put out great work. Last season was really good. Was it Dante Bosco? I do hate that he got the short end of that stick. It sounds like, for fighting for certain shit. But I hate to see a brother, another blurred, take a bullet in the service of the story. But it sounds like the team still put
Hold on,
together a
bro.
good
Hold
season.
on. Expound upon that. Hold on. Don't glaze over that, bro. Expound upon it a little bit, man. Enlighten us. What happened? You said the brother did
So
what? What happened?
so it's let me see. It's this. So the one of the main writers of X-Men '97.
Oh, I
It's
remember him.
Dante. What's his name? It's not.
Yeah,
It's not
I remember
Dante
what you're
That
talking
black
Basco.
about.
dude. Yeah.
I
Yes,
remember what you're
but
talking
he's a
about.
brother. I'm gonna put his. I'll put his name in the chat. But he got fired because basically the suits at Disney and shit were his bosses were trying to get him to go in different directions with the show, with the series or whatever. And he was like, nah, man, like that shit don't make sense. They wouldn't do this.
Bo de
What's his
Mayo.
name? Yes, there it is, Bo DeMaio. So if you ever go and check out his Twitter, and you should follow him to see what he's got to say about the season 2 premiere,
Mm.
because I'm sure he's gonna have plenty to say. Um,
Mm,
and he's not a hater. He's not a hater. He's got plenty of friends over still, but it's just interesting to see, like, damn, bro, they was really trying to fucking fuck this shit up. They tried to fuck it up, and people wouldn't let them. So I got full faith
So
in them.
so is
Then he got replaced by
so let
Matthew
me ask
Chauncey.
this.
Sound like a
Hmm.
white ass guys.
So the premise of X-Men 97 part 2 season 2 is it's about Apocalypse, correct? Going back to his origin story, or like is it
yeah,
Bishop and like what, like just give us a little bit of an overview just real quick just to see, like, so we can have a more
I
interactive
got
talk,
you.
because I'm trying to figure out the
I,
premise, right?
I got a link for y'all for that. You, on Cinema Blend, I'm about to post it up there
Hmm.
for you guys to see. Because last time, on a real note, with X-Men '97, all it showed about civil unrest. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's how I felt about X-Men '97. It wasn't like it wasn't enjoyable, but to some audiences, right? Brown and Nas and Sky and Galen, some people is gonna be tired of that. Like, people are already getting tired of, oh, the so-called woke crowd that got mis miscrewed and misused, because what uh, woke was black violence. It wasn't what is now, of how they misuse the terminology of what woke was. So that's another issue when it comes to people utilizing the word woke, because they don't know how it originated until it got devastated like a tragedy. So with X Men '97 season two, it's I believe that, yeah, it hit great numbers in Rotten Tomato and Metacritic score, but I'm gonna have to see what others see as well from that lens as well. Why was it so good? Yeah, we could say, it was Apocalypse that gave it a hit. Okay, what why does that make it just of a story writing? It has to be more than just Apocalypse. It has to be a reason behind why Apocalypse had to, you know, fight
Well,
against X-Men.
what I was gonna say, Jesse, is that people love origin stories, like villains. Just like you can go back to Killmonger or whatever, however you want to say it. But villains are not just villains for no, just reason. Just, oh, I want to take over the world. No, villains became villains in an origin story. They were like, just like Star Wars Episode 3, when Anakin became Darth Vader. That was like a prominent thing in Star Wars. Like, yo, Anakin became Darth Vader because of X, Y, and Z. He became a Sith Lord. You know what I'm saying?
So
And
that would
so,
be the
so
case for for some types of villains. That cannot be a broad blanket statement used for all villains, because for every Darth Vader you have a Doctor Robotnik, right? For every Mister Freeze you have a Thanos from comics. For
no,
every
Mr.
for every
Freeze,
Green
no, Mr.
Goblin
Freeze had
you
the
have
same.
a Vulture.
hold on. But what are we really saying? Because Mr. Freeze. Oh you're giving this. Okay, go ahead, bro.
I'm saying
You're
not
giving
if
Yeah,
you
he's a
the
great
statement that
villain.
you're
contrast.
making about
Got you.
there's a reason behind the madness behind a villain being a villain. That statement cannot apply equally to all villains. People, they have different types of villains, and they're villains for different reasons. Their reasons are not necessarily all the same. That's why I said for every Victor Freeze, right?
Yeah,
You would
Nora, his
mm-mm.
wife, his
Yes,
wife.
for every
Yeah.
type of
So that's
every type of villain like that, you have someone like Thanos who is just a simp, right? And for example,
no
no,
Thanos.
no,
Oh,
Thanos.
no.
he's not
Thanos
a
fought with
simp.
you.
I'm not talking
No,
about live
Thanos
action. I'm
fought.
talking about the comics. I'm not talking about live action. I'm talking about the
Oh, okay,
comics.
got you.
Also,
Comics
there was a
Thanos is
moment
not
in
a
the
simp
comics
either.
where there was a moment in the comics, if I remember correctly, where Spider-Man was fighting the Vulture, and he was saying, "Dude, with this type of technology that you have, you could be doing so much more than this. You could be out here curing cancer. You could be coming up with all these different ingenious inventions and whatnot. Why are you doing this?" And he's saying, "Some people," and Vulture was like, "Some people want to make a difference in the world, and I just want to dress up like a vulture. What's good?" You
Oh,
feel me?
you're talking about the comics. Oh, got you.
Yeah, but the point,
Yeah.
the point that you, I was addressing the point that you made about how every character has an origin story and they do things for a specific reason. And all I'm saying is that statement cannot, that's not a statement that you can make for
It
everybody
doesn't apply
because
to all. I got you.
not
I got
everyone
you.
fits the mold. That's the only
Right.
case I'm making here.
Got
Not
you.
everyone fits
Got
that
you.
blanket statement.
Right. But the
That's
like
true
the
too.
Incredibles, right? The Incredibles, right?
Mm-hmm.
How that movie became so popular because the who would have ever thought the protege, the kid that was trying to be like, I'm a fan, I love Mr. Incredible, and then he gets something happens, boom, he gets thrown. Now he becomes the actual guy that comes back as the enemy, and then Mr. Incredible's like, man, this guy is a thorn in my flesh, bro. Like, how did this guy become the worst part of my day? And
Mm-hmm.
that's what makes stories great.
Mm-hmm.
That's why people like stories like that because just like the Killmonger, like I said, Killmonger, like Black Panther, like, he was abandoned in the hood, the projects. His father was fighting for, the hood.
He
He,
was a war dog who abandoned the mission.
yeah, exactly. So that's the stories that people really care about. That's the stories that gravitate, like people can identify with, like, man, that's crazy, but that's Shakespearean. That's a Shakespearean story. Like, is
to
Killmonger the bad guy? It leaves the audience guessing, is Killmonger the bad guy? Or was he actually just dying on his sword saying, you know what, I tried to fight for all y'all niggas, but at the end of the movie, I got to get killed because I can't bring all the vibranium to the hood. So I'm going to die. And then everybody loved the movie. The movie made $1 billion. Like, so,
uh, to be fair, the
So in
ending
other
was the
words,
worst part of the
Killmonger
movie.
in the movie. In other words, Killmonger in the movie is what Black Manta is in the comics. Sometimes when it's written that way, and Black,
Correct.
and I say that because Black Manta's story in the comics is very interesting. It's one of the reasons why, as a child, when I started to learn about Black Manta, I fell in love with the character because dude was like, "Yo, they treat niggas awful in this country. How about I find some place in this magical and mystical Atlantis that maybe black people can live here?"
Hmm.
And that was his whole
Yeah.
thing. Let me carve out a place down here. Since the ocean is so vast and Atlantis is like one of the best places ever and is governed by a king, let me see if I can get some kingly protection down here. Let me see if I can. So I like that aspect to him where he was kind of an activist in his own evil, twisted way.
Do you Nas, do you I tell you, Cal, what's his name? Cal Dor, the
Mm-hmm.
freaking from
Or
Young
Calderant.
Justice.
Yeah, Calderant.
Dude. I think he's like one of the best characters new characters they've made in the last like 20 years,
Oh,
definitely. Like
agreed.
I absolutely love that character. I think he is a cool ass fucking character with a great backstory. Um And I mean, he just happens to be gay, but
Hold
Yeah.
on, bro. Don't talk in code, bro. Enlighten us, bro. We don't know who these people are, bro. Like enlighten
Okay.
us on y'all private conversation.
So there are two not proteges, two people that take on them that get trained by Aquaman. First one is Tempest and the second one is Calderon. I forgot Tempest's real name, but he was the first one to get the
it was
title
like
of Aqualad.
Gad, wasn't Gad or something?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Dar, something like that. Yeah.
Hmm. So there so yeah, the first Aqualad was Tempest. Then the second Aqualad is Calderon. Calderon happens to be the son of Black Manta.
Mm.
Mhm. We saw her story in Young Justice, a dope series, and I recommend people watch that.
Not
Dope
Yeah,
series.
if you haven't
Nas.
watched Young Justice on HBO
Nas.
Max,
Post that
you
link.
gotta watch.
Post that link on the text message I sent you. For some reason, it's
Mhm.
not allowing me to post it on the next topic that we have about X Men '97. But continue.
If you haven't watched Young Justice, it's on HBO Max. You should 100% go watch it. It's better than your OG Teens, not Teen Titans Go Teen series, the
It's up there.
cartoon.
It's up
It's
there.
I think it's better. I think it's better.
Arguably.
But yeah, yeah, it's really good. They're both really
You
good.
said what's the
They're
name
both
of it
really
called
good.
again, Ty?
Young Justice,
Young, just what platform?
HBO Max. It
Got
may
you.
be on some other platform by now. But it's
So
definitely
I
on
be going
Max.
to.
All right, so watch this. So Jesse's trying to get back to X Men '97 so we can conclude. So let's
Yeah, I mean,
where we at with X Men? We at
with,
what season two?
with '97, that since they got a good cinema score, that they're gonna try to push out three. That's one of the things, and at least at long last, X Men '97 seasons premiere on Twix TV schedule and re re resequented fans with Charles Xavier and his band of mutant do-gooders. Teasers for the new episode seems to indicate that fans are in for a fun ending ride, which will feature Sabara, aka Apocalypse, Sabara Nuri, I guess that's his real name, Apocalypse. While the hype amongst fans of the Legacy sequel series will seem to be, it's still hardly has hideous, um, has been so lengthy. Well, I am a fan. Maybe be eager to know the creative team has learned some lessons. X-Men '97 first season premiered back in March 24th, and the second season was in the works. So those new points are now coming 2 years after season one. Definitely a long time, but fear not. I believe that as
Houston.
yes, in regard to which was announced this past fall. Fans should not expect long breaks between feature seasons. You explain the reason of that to the direct.com. Believe the production won't occur again. There was a huge gap of time between season one and season two. They have learned their lesson. So with season three and four, that won't happen again. That was one off. That was a one off. Because the duo is not there no more. That doesn't make sense of that statement.
Mm,
Because you want to say it's a one off. You're salute Mayo. Am I right?
it's not about so season one came out and he got Fire Boy like the week that it was premiering. Like it was from super fire that nigga like season two actually all you is studio execs looking at the numbers trying to see if it's gonna be a hit or not, or they put write the check for the next one.
Season
So
two made a
they
good hit.
season one was a hit, and it just isn't making any sense. So they should have been writing that check and getting in production for season two. But let the big up when I'm wait. It's nostalgia. They just in here because it's the first episode.
Hmm. Hello? Hello? Hold on, hold on. Sorry, guys. It seems like we're having technical difficulties when it comes to Clubhouse. I'm not getting into Clubhouse so quickly. Just give me a few. Moments. I am so sorry that is a dead silence. Today is just not a good day. Now, I mean, I had to reset. I had to do a whole bunch of um, new things. Hopefully, hopefully this time, the next stream, everything will go perfectly sound. For some idiotic reason, everything has been. It's just that with this particular stream, things are not for what it seems to today. I'm trying my hardest to get back to the conversation so we can finish out. Uh, it seems like that's not gonna happen. I'm gonna try again. Hopefully, hopefully things work out. Cause it's not. It's just saying, please wait. It's not letting me. It's not letting me in. I did the quit, non-quit, force quit. It's still not. I'm gonna try another way. Just give me 1 second. Let me try to remove it from doc, and then
Unfor- Unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna have to just close out. This was a good stream. Hopefully, you guys come back. It seems like I'm gonna have to reset my whole computer. Again, it was a great stream. I hope you guys can come back again and enjoy the stream again. I'm so sorry that we didn't have the ending for this show, for this segment. It's been 4 hours and 18 minutes. Hopefully, I'm trying here, guys. I'm trying my hardest to bring back the panel, but it seems like everything is just frozen. So I can't really do anything until I reset my computer. Again, thank you for coming. Please comment down below of the thoughts that you had about all these shows that's happening right now within the DC universe and also the Marvel universe. So there you have it. Collide out.